All, welcome for the new participants of today, and welcome back to those that have joined our work of yesterday. My name is Marco Lombardo. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Bologna, and it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to welcome you all on the behalf of our city of Bologna and our community in this second day of the General Conference of Eccar. This is the ninth General Conference of Hackers, and we had to do it in presence, but as you know, with the pandemic COVID-19, we are forced to do it online, maintaining the physical distancing. First of all, I will leave the floor to our technician assistants for information of services to all the participants of the working group of today, and then I will come into detail of our panel with our honorable speaker.
I thank the City of Bologna and the European Coalition of Cities Against Racism.
You can hear me, not see me. We are in the control room of the event. And just to share with you that after the plenary session that's starting now and ending at 11 past 15, we have a short stop, and after that the working groups are starting. There are many participants to the working groups, and we recommend you to check the link portal.voiceboxer.com, where you can see all the events, all the working groups where you are invited. We are writing it right now on the chat. So you will move to the working group 1, speak up, 2, protection of vulnerable groups, or 3, the role of the cities. For anything that is not clear, you can get in contact with us through the general chat, and have a good conference. Thank you very much.
I thank the City of Bologna and the European Coalition of Cities Against Racism, the organizers of this General Conference, for the opportunity to address you today. The European Coalition, also referred to as Eccar, is an important partner to the European Commission. I greatly appreciate your work and our ongoing cooperation. This 2020 Eccar Annual Conference is one tangible example of our successful partnership. I am particularly grateful that Eccar offered to host a workshop today with the Commission Coordinator on combating anti-Muslim hatred dedicated to the fight against discrimination towards Muslims at the local level. Stakeholders at this level are an essential and indispensable link in the chain of action against racism and discrimination. Local authorities play an important role to complement and support the work initiated at national, European, and international levels. The imperative to join forces is one of the key considerations that underpin the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan that the Commission presented on the 18th of September. This action plan underlines the important role of local actors. In being closer to citizens, local stakeholders can ensure that the strategies to combat racism offer effective solutions to the specific challenges linked to where people live, be it in rural areas or in municipalities. This key role of local authorities is anticipated to be duly reflected in the common principles that the Commission will present to guide the national action plans against racism and racial discrimination that we expect all member states will have in place by the end of 2022. The involvement of local authorities would be foreseen at every stage, from design to evaluation to implementation, as a way to make national action plans particularly effective. Cities have a wealth of experience in developing solutions that can have a concrete impact on building cohesive and equal local societies. Their work needs to be recognized and made more visible. This is why the Commission will launch an annual designation of European capitals of inclusion and diversity. The EU Anti-Racism Action Plan also underlines the importance of strengthening cooperation with existing networks. Eccar is without any doubt one of them. Networks are indeed key instruments for sharing best practices and capacity building. The new EU Roma Strategic Framework, adopted by the Commission on the 7th of October, also highlights the importance of the local level for equality, inclusion, and participation of Roma. Over recent years, many cities across the EU have already contributed in this respect, but more is needed. Therefore, the proposal for a Council recommendation, which was adopted together with the strategic framework, contains specific proposals that call on the Member States to further mobilize and support local and regional levels in their work. Cities deliver public services which can have a considerable impact on equality for all and which can be supported through EU funds. The European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund, for instance, are available for social inclusion measures, with investments in education, employment, housing, social and healthcare, among others. Compliance with the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights is essential in this respect. Financial support should therefore be excluded for actions that contribute to creating any form of segregation. A novel instrument, the European Urban Initiative, has been put forward under the Cohesion Policy legislative proposal for 2021-2027, with a proposed budget of 500 million euros. This initiative aims to empower local authorities so that they are better placed in the national and EU decision-making processes and better able to use cohesion policy funds. It will do so by facilitating innovative actions, knowledge and policy development in sustainable urban development, including fostering social cohesion. In addition to public authorities at all levels, it is indispensable to engage more with civil society actors on the ground and with all relevant stakeholders. This will be part of the duties of the new coordinator for anti-racism to be appointed by the Commission. Grassroots actors should be part of this dialogue, considering their first-hand expertise and experience in defining the right way forward. These actors include national equality bodies, social workers, healthcare professionals, academia, cultural and sports organizations, as well as youth-based organizations. Young people will shape the future, but they are also drivers of change in the present. I truly believe young people can play an important role in combating racism and discrimination. No one is born racist, so we can unlearn all that we have learned. Schools therefore play an instrumental role in helping to address racial stereotyping and prejudice among children. Education plays a pivotal role in ensuring that people from all backgrounds can discover their talents and have the skills they need to participate fully in society. Everyone, irrespective of their background, deserves a chance to succeed and feel that they are valued members of society. Inclusive education is therefore one of the priorities for EU cooperation in the field, while fully respecting the Member States' responsibility for the content of teaching. This has been reflected in the communication of the European Education Area adopted on the 30th of September, which makes inclusive education, together with gender equality, one of its 6 key dimensions. For the new programming period, particular attention will be paid to inclusion, equality, and diversity in the Erasmus and European Solidarity Corps programs. This includes addressing the barriers faced by underrepresented groups and minorities in accessing the programs and equipping project organizers and participants for interacting sensitively with people from different backgrounds. Like education, media is also an essential actor to counter prejudice and discrimination and to promote tolerance, social inclusion, and dialogue. Media is also one of the essential watchdogs of the values on which the European Union is built, such as respect for human rights, dignity and equality, and respect for the rights of people belonging to minorities. We all know the importance of encouraging and supporting a media culture that is inclusive and respectful to all. As part of the initiatives taken in this respect, the revised Audiovisual Media Services Directive reinforces the battle against hate speech and discrimination in all audiovisual content. An independent and pluralistic media is necessary for balanced democratic debate. Promoting balanced and positive narratives, increasing the awareness and knowledge of journalists, as well as fostering media literacy are crucial ways to contribute to inclusive societies. Our EU Anti-Racism Action Plan also foresees a series of specific actions in this respect. When it comes to communication and awareness raising, we also need to underline the huge impact that activities led by actors operating on the ground may have. These include civil society as well as public institutions and media outlets. This is why, as part of the funding made available by the Commission, calls for grants encourage grassroots projects to counter racism, including through awareness-raising activities, education and communication campaigns. Since the most recent calls, the Commission has particularly encouraged local authorities to participate in these calls. Strengthening cooperation between all those involved and building systems, such as networks of cities like Eccar, is essential for the sharing of good practices and coming forward with tools, methods, and approaches which can help to bring about change. Together, by combining our efforts, we can address racism more effectively and build a life free from racism and discrimination for all. It is the moment to act and to strive together for an anti-racist society. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussions. I thank the city of Bologna and the European College.
Here we are again. Thank you to the Commissioner Elena Dalli for this speech. And as it has been highlighted in the EU anti-racism plan that the Commission has presented on 18th September, to join forces is one of the key consideration. And yesterday, in the plenary session, we have talked with the Vice Mayor of Sarajevo, with the Mayor of San Lazzaro, with the Mayor of our sister city of Bologna, Portland, and with the Deputy Mayor of Turin about what are the action taken by the city in order to tackle anti-discrimination and racism, particularly concerning this situation of COVID-19, that with the risk of spreading new inequalities and addressing new challenge for vulnerable groups and vulnerable people. I will just like to remember that within the Eccar network of today, we have more than 70 countries, 45 municipalities from all over the world. We have 10 universities and a lot of NGOs interlinked and connected with us. So there is a great broadcasting of our activities. And I would like also to remember that at the entrance of our municipal building of Bologna from yesterday, there is a picture of Ebruk Tikti, the lawyer that has paid with his life the struggle for the protection of human rights. So, let me introduce the second intervention of today, Professoressa Lucia Serena Rossi. Professor Rossi, first of all, welcome back in Bologna, since you are one of our most brilliant citizens in the EU context. And I'm very glad to introduce you because you have been professor of EU law at the University of Bologna, inspiring students like me to the struggle on the protection of fundamental rights at the EU level. Your intervention will be focused on the right of equalities and non-discrimination in the perspective of the European Court of Justice. Please, Professor Rossi, you have the floor.
First of all, I would like to make my warmest congratulations to Marco Lombardo and to all the organizers of this very important event. I'm deeply persuaded that European integration must be fostered at all levels, and your levels, the levels of cities, is one of the most important. You are close enough to the citizen, you can pass the message that the European Union is important, assigning duties and rights, of course, not only money. I also think that this format, mixing universities, but not only public decisors, but also people that know the problem in another more speculative way, more academic, is very interesting. Also, involving institutions like the Court of Justice, the Commission, the Fundamental Rights Agencies is a very interesting and effective format. What about our Court of Justice? I'm sure that all the cities know the Court of Justice for the first of all, for our case law on public procurement. On now we have problems like the 5G and other very technological issues under exam. We recently made the decisions about Airbnb on request of the city of Paris. So we are involved every day in subjects that very strictly, very closely touch the life of the citizen and of the citizen. But I was asked to speak about the principle of equality, how we implement it at the Court of Justice. Well, first of all, let me remind that there are two courts. One, which is our court in Luxembourg, and we are the Court of European Union, and the other is the Court of Strasbourg. Journalists sometimes confund the two courts. The Court of Strasbourg is the Court of the Council of Europe. The Court of Council of Europe is specifically devoted to the protection of fundamental rights, but we, the Court of Justice of the European Union, we are also very involved and very, involved in the protection of fundamental rights every day. At the different level, it is important to understand at the different level you can go to Strasbourg as an individual to ask compensation for a violation of your fundamental rights against a state that can be your state or another state of the European, the Council of Europe. While you can come to the Court of Justice not directly, but through the preliminary ruling procedure, that is through a judgment in your state with the request of the judge. Our decision, our judgments are really more impacting because while you can, when you can go, what you can obtain from the Strasbourg court is individual compensation. What you can obtain from the Court of Justice is that we declare that the law of the state or whatever legislation, even a local legislation, is contrary to the EU law, and the EU law primes hierarchically on the local or national legislation. So we have a very, very broad and deep impact on whatever subject we deal with. And notably, as far as the fundamental rights, the turning point of the Court of Justice and of the European Union in general has been the Charter of Fundamental Rights that enter into force with legally enter into force with the Treaty of Lisbon. And this charter now has become a parameter for a benchmark for all the decisions of the Court of Justice. So we take into account the Charter in whatever subject that can be from public procurement, from refugees to whatever subject we have. We use the Charter of Fundamental Rights as a benchmark. And I would say that the Charter is our lighthouse. The Charter is gaining a very, very, common role, a usual role, ordinary role in our daily decisions. Very briefly, because we had many judgments on fundamental rights and notably to equality, I just would like to remind that equality, according to the Charter and therefore according to our case law, is intended in a very broad sense. The Charter is a modern instrument, and it includes in the scope, in the field of application of the principle of equality, not only the classical principle of non-discrimination, covering, this is the definition, sex, race, color, ethnic or social origin, genetic features, language, religion or belief, political or any other opinion, membership of a national minority, property, birth, disability, age, or sexual orientation. And this is the Article 21 of the Charter. But the Charter also, in its chapter about the principle of equality, also includes the rights of the child, the rights of the elderly, so something that is not considered in the classic test of discrimination, neither from the Council of Europe nor by many constitutions in the member states. So we have a very advanced and rich definition of non-discrimination. Another very important and particular feature of our case law is that we consider that our mantra, I would say, is that discrimination must be evaluated in two senses. Not only the first, which is the most obvious, that is, you cannot treat same situation in different way. but also the other way around. That is, you cannot treat in same way different situations. And this second part of the principle of non-discrimination can have a very, very broad impact. Sometimes also an impact that is unattended, that is unexpected. We now are facing many problems of non-discrimination. Non-discrimination are now very oftenly not overt discrimination, but covert discrimination. That is not, they are indirect, they are not so evident, but they are nevertheless discriminations. We now are having many affairs about work, of course, workers, refugees, and also we have not so many, but very interesting cases about religion, discrimination on the ground of religion, and discrimination on ground of sexual orientation, which is slightly different than discrimination on sex. There is a debate about this. So you see the range of our case law is very, very broad. But what is interesting is that we are developing horizontal principles. So I'm persuaded that in the few next years, the Court of Justice will be the leader in, not academic, but speculative sense of what can be a discrimination. I think that it is important that citizens know what the Court of Justice is doing, and that we are combating all form of discrimination in our way, in our field, with a different modality and different impact than the Council of Europe and the Court of Strasbourg. But having said so, I also want to add that we have a very good cooperation with the Court of Strasbourg. We both recognize that we are acting on different plans, but we organize meetings for exchanging our opinion on the different rights and discriminations. So we are trying to also to build a sort of parallelism. Also, this is important for us because the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union assigns to the European Convention on Human Rights and to the case law of the Strasbourg Court the role of minimum standard. That is, our case law cannot be less protective of the rights of the individual than the case law of the Strasbourg Court. So this is very briefly the system, how it works, and what are the perspectives. I think that I can stop here, and I will stay connected until 11. So if there is some specific question, I will be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the EUCJ judge, Professor Lucia Serena Rossi, for your inspiring words and for remembering to everyone that the European deepening process is not only devoted to the integration of states, but also to integration of citizens. And what is important, how is important the cooperation of national judge and European courts in order to not only guarantee interpretation of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but make it a living standard to protect citizens. So thank you very much for your inspiring words. I think that it's important for EU citizens to know the impact of the EUCJ statement to everyone live. So thank you again. And then we will move to the director of the EU Fundamental Rights Agency. We have asked specifically to give a feed about the Fundamental Rights Agency survey. In brief, we have asked if our society, our European society, believe in values. Please, Director Michael O'Flaherty, you have the floor, and I will ask the technician to broadcast the video.
Thank you very much for inviting me to address the 2020 General Conference of the International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities. I very much welcome the invitation, and I thank you for allowing me to make my intervention by way of a recorded message. I greatly value what you do. You're working on a key insight for the success of our cities. We cannot have sustainable, at least democratically sustainable cities without inclusion, without shown, proven and established respect for all of our peoples in all of their wonderful diversity and with respect for their dignity. What you do is more timely today than ever before. We at the Fundamental Rights Agency know from our repeated surveys that we're facing serious problems of challenges to inclusion, patterns of discrimination that are proving very hard to shift, and in some places in the European Union, getting that bit worse. We at the Fundamental Rights Agency have some insight in what it's like to live as a Jew, as a Muslim, as a member of the LGBTI community, as a Roma in our modern European cities. And it's not always a positive experience. It is, as I said, increasingly in some places, the story of discrimination, harassment, marginalization. Things have gotten even worse with COVID. We're following that very closely from a fundamental rights point of view. And during this year, since February, we've been publishing periodic bulletins mapping out the story, including the ever-increasing marginalization of already vulnerable groups. And the last reason, of course, that I so greatly value your focus on these critical issues is that your entire gaze is a local one. A city is a locality. And we again know in the agency from our work that the best efforts for inclusion, for fair societies, are those that invest heavily in the local, in specific local solutions to local realities carried out by local people. Now, I was asked specifically today to feed into your deliberations the findings of a recent survey of the Fundamental Rights Agency, the Fundamental Rights Survey. It's the first survey that we've ever attempted of this kind. It's certainly the first of its type in Europe. An attempt to capture the attitudes to human and fundamental rights right across our general populations. Do I believe in human rights? Are my human rights important? Are your human rights important? Which human rights matter and where do they matter most? As you'd expect, a survey of attitudes to human rights in Europe today presents some, frankly, not unexpected and somewhat discouraging news. We see that significant minorities in our societies, varying, of course, from one place to the other, harbor discriminatory attitudes, at least in the context of particular target groups. But I don't want to talk too much about the negative findings today, because the positive are no less important, and I think they're valuable for you as you consider your next steps in your cities. The first of these findings is that our societies, our general populations, believe in values. An amazing 9 out of 10 of the surveyed people capturing attitudes on the European street, 9 out of 10 say that values matter for society. And when we ask them where you get those values, they say human rights. A significant number of people also know the basics of human rights. They know about the European Convention on Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Again, this is another important part of a starting point on which we can build very fruitfully. Also, when we drill down into responses to our questions, we learn some interesting things in this survey. For example, we know that there's a direct correlation between education outcomes and levels of tolerance. Or to put it another way, the more educated a respondent is, the more likely that person is to be tolerant. What does that teach us? Well, it reminds us that investing in education is not just good in itself, it's also necessary to build inclusive, respectful societies. And we also know, by the way, as I think you'd expect, that the younger the respondents, the more tolerant they turn out to be. So again, what's the lesson? We must work with young people to make a difference. And so then, talking about what we need to do, let me wrap up my own comments to you today with 5 suggestions on broad strategic approaches. The first of these, which we believe to be critical, is to remember that combating discrimination, combating marginalization, is not about exclusively focusing on the group that's targeted, the group that's being marginalized. So you do not tackle anti-Semitism, for example, in our societies by focusing all your efforts on the Jewish community. That's not where anti-Semitism lives. Anti-Semitism lives within our general populations, within all of our societies, including, we have to examine the extent to which it lives within ourselves. And so tackling that particular issue, such as so many others, requires us to work right across our communities. Secondly, as we work right across our communities, we must work with the affected group. If I could stay with anti-Semitism, we must work with Jewish communities to root out anti-Semitism in our societies. They are not the object of our attention. They are our partner in tackling the scourge. And again, we should apply this lesson across every category of discrimination for every group that's being pushed to the margins. And in this way, I think we'll have a far better chance of some success. Third, of course, is that we have to tackle everything together, because everything is conjoined. We cannot tackle discrimination alone. We cannot tackle hate alone. They're 2 sides of the same coin. We must fight one with the other if we're to make a difference for either. Fourth of my 5 suggestions, again based on something we haven't done very well over the last generation here across the EU, and that is tough, clear, transparent, systemic and sustained monitoring of our efforts. We need to be able to measure what we're doing so that in real time we can identify what's not working or what could work better and make the necessary adjustments. And fifth and finally, could I invite all of us right across our societies, right across our cities, to work closely with the European Union. This year, the European Union is rolling out strategy after strategy, plan after plan to tackle exactly the issues that we're addressing. For example, just a few weeks ago, the Anti-Racism Action Plan, and last month, a strategic framework for Roma. These are meaningful approaches to the problems, joined up, well-resourced, with which we can partner so that together we can make the difference that we all seek. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for your deliberations.
To Director of the Fundamental Rights Agency, Michael O'Flaherty, for his 5th suggestion, for his 5 suggestions. Very interesting. I think that each one of them are a cornerstone of our discussion. Working together, believing that the sustainability has not only to be translated in environmental sustainability, but also in economic and social sustainability, because without inclusion there is no sustainability, and the interlink of local authorities and EU level in order to strengthen our fundamental rights. So thank you very much. This survey can be broadcast and can be read in the website of the Fundamental Rights Agency. And now I will leave the floor to Lucila Rodriguez Alarcón. And yesterday we have talked about the perception of migrants and foreigner people with the national survey. And for example, I focus on a survey that we have made here in Bologna, but was spread at the EU level with Shack Migration, saying that a lot of people think that foreigners are one of the source of the pandemic activities. And the other result of the survey that I want to highlight is that most of the Italians think that foreigners during the pandemic just work at the agriculture and not, for example, on fundamental service or in sanitary service. So this is some of the remarks that I think are represented not only in Italy but in most of the European country. So I will leave the floor thinking if it's possible to have a new narrative on foreigner and on migrants. So please, to the General Director of the Foundation Por Causa, Lucilla Rodriguez Alarson, you have the floor. I'm sorry, I cannot hear the volume of your speech. I asked to the technician to solve the problem and leaving the floor again to the general directors. I cannot hear. I asked to the technical assistants to try to solve our technical problem of audio. Let's try again. Okay, so from the technical assistants, they asked me to pass through the other speaker, Wissal Hubabi, which is an activist, a writer, an artist, and then we will come back to Lucia Rodriguez Alarson. So I will leave the floor to Wissal Ubabi, asking through his activity, through his perspective, how is it possible to fight against discrimination, particularly concerning women and discrimination on gender. So I will leave the floor to Wissal Ubabi, and then we will come back to the Lucila Rodriguez Salarson.
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. And we are here today because we appreciate the life of foreign people. I'm a woman. I'm 26 years old, and I have a double, let's say, identity, and foreign here, and I was born in Morocco. For a lot of time I thought I was not appropriate here, and this is the result of the policy of borders. Borders decide for our feelings.
Cortocircuito. I sensi di appartenenza confliggono se non si
and we have to accept all the values that characterize a person. We have to recognize the history of migration. So some people ask me, do you feel Italian or do you feel that you belong to Morocco? A lot of second generation migrants received such a question, but these means making a decision and to be recognized by the people acting the language, using the language. And in particular, we should consider the identity, belonging, and also being the owner of our own destiny. So the people using language, well, they think that by nature, I mean, they are in the right place. So our daily commitment is to make people understand that what is considered as natural is, on the contrary, cultural. And actually, there is politicians who have an important role. We have a history behind us, and this reminds us of the weight of Europe, and we have to give a dignity to this history. Where is a place? I mean, when you talk about possibilities or access, citizenship is something that underlies what we do. But I mean, the problem of citizenship is continually postponed, like it is not a problem. And we are not recognized. It is just an opinion. We're not asked what we would like to, but institutions do not represent us. And they talk and they try to find rules for us. But any type of regulation on migrants and migrants' lives uh, actually start from people who think about people that are conquering us or that are not like us. But institutions must listen to us and must satisfy our needs and offer solutions. Institutions should assist citizens, but institutions do not know anything about our lives. What is the relationship with communities? Where are the people talking about racism, starting from their own experience? Acting and combating racism, this means finding real solutions to problems and listening to people who are actually victims of racism. We have to say, we have to talk. Nobody talk about rights of permits, but the papers, the documents are the fundamental element of our life, and they really help us to integrate or not. But when you consider integration, actually integration doesn't mean to destroy part of our culture. The places of racism, well, they tell us that we live in an emergency, but we know that migration is not an emergency, but actually the way in which people are treated, this is an emergency. Personally, I've living in Trieste, and I know migrants who arrive. This is not human, and we cannot accept migrants arriving in these conditions. I work for Trama di Terre. This is an association which is also part of the anti-discrimination network, and I'm also part of the Black Lives Matter Association. I'm an activist since many years, but I have to say that the institutions are not present. They are so far away. There is no communication. But we need to get closer to local authorities, to institutions. I agree when we say that institutions must support associations and communities, in particular the ones combating racism. Involving the whole society is important. We have to provide funding and we have to be present on the territory. Since I was very small, I was afraid of institutions, of offices, of the staff working there, because I was afraid they would tell me to go away, to go back to my country. And this is unfortunately is a real perception that migrants have. But it also depends on the level of violence expressed through words. When it comes to naturalization, when it comes to permits, if I was born here and I have to renew my permit of stay. Well, this is a violence if I was born here. Naturalization. Well, it is not, I would say, a good or nice word. Or also the oath and um, an act of trust. And if I was born here, I mean, I shouldn't be asked to do that. And these are processes that I observed personally. And I have to say that I'm against all this. I didn't think I needed all this to feel I was Italian and part of this country. I was arrested at the French border because my permit of stay was not regular, but actually that was a big damage to me. And I was arrested also, I mean, I was arrested, as I said, at the border, the French border, because my permit of stay had expired since months. But I went to the post office and I received a ticket, and this ticket should protect me. I could travel in Italy and I mean within the Schengen community with such a ticket or receipt. That was a declaration that my permit of stay was about to be renewed, and I had the possibility to travel because I was waiting for the renewal of the permit of stay. And I had it, but unfortunately, in France, well, they told me that the permit of stay had expired, and such a ticket was just Italian, was not recognized by other countries. And unfortunately, I learned this. I unfortunately stayed in jail in France. I was 19 years old, and I had been living in Italy for 19 years, so we should work on these. These are injuries that will remain on me. If the permits of stay, arrive too late, we have to refund, to compensate people, foreign people, because foreign people, migrants, they wait all the time, and this is our life. Then there is a second element, which is work. I mean, if we live in this country, we must have a salary, but unfortunately, these, does not consider real life, because sometimes it is difficult to find a job and sometimes you get fired. And so you have to consider all these. And this means that we are more likely to be exploited. Well, I want to tell you this. I have a friend in Rome, and he was 19. He lost his job, but he has no citizenship yet, and he didn't know how to renew the permit of stay. So, as a consequence, he had to go back to his own country, but he was born here, so he didn't know anything about that country. As Trama di Terre Association, we work with foreign women, victims of violence, of forced marriage, of mutilation, genital mutilation. We believe that multiculturalism cannot be considered a justification. I mean, these women, they wait for a decision. They cannot find a job, but we know that a job is needed for the permit of stay. They do not get a house, and this is very difficult to get a house. It is a vicious circle. It is very difficult to get out of this. Papers do not protect us. Unfortunately, they also inspire hate. Think about the children of migrants. They grow up without a citizenship, and they are considered as others, as foreign people. I spent so much money in my permit of stay, more than school books, and so papers, they are there throughout my life. And also institutions must be educated. And I believe that school is important, teachers are important, but also all the people working for other people must work and combat racism. We must study the history of colonialism, for example. We should wonder why the children of migrants do not invest on themselves. Yesterday, I was talking to a professor in Bologna, and I have to say that in particular, she was a professor of art, and I believe in art, but a few weeks ago, the region committed to buying works of art that were done by artists that had some difficulties during COVID. But one of the criteria was having Italian citizenship. I don't know what is the relationship between Italian citizenship and art. And also, we are migrants, we can work also in the health sector, but we have no citizenship and we cannot help. And, if you think about the COVID situation, it might be helpful. So in my opinion, the very first step is political willingness. Thank you.
This clear, concrete, and inspiring intervention. Our work and our task within the network of Eccar is to consider institutional authorities, especially local authorities, not as a barrier of frighten, but as an open mind for all the people in order to tackle inequalities and non-discrimination. We know that the road ahead is very hard, but we know that we have to work closer together in order to cope this problem. I also agree with you that the importance of language is fundamental. We not have to talk about allowance or permission, but we have to talk about rights. I have never seen flow of migrants, but I have always seen people. And I think that leaving the floor to foreigner, to migrants, to new citizenship is better than talking about them without empower their protagonism, their stories, their values, and their ideas. And I think that the link with the intervention of Lucila Rodriguez Alarcón is very strict now, because we are talking about the same problem, the same theme, how to create a new narrative on this theme in order to tackle discrimination and racism. We hope that you have solved the technical problem. Please, Lucila Rodriguez Alarcón, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Brilliant. I'll change my headphones. Well, thank you very much for having me here. I would have loved to be in Bologna, where I learned Italian a few years ago. I spent 1 year, so I'm very sad that we cannot gather together and hug each other, but this is a great format too. I was very impressed by Witzel's Bath. Thank you very much. I love to hear different voices, and I think it's very important that we see the problems, we face the problems, the real problems that are around us. Okay, I'm gonna share my presentation, because I did a presentation, and I'm gonna try to be on time because we're quite late. So I have a yes, no, yes, yes. Well, you can see it. I cannot see you. Okay. Well, the first thing I want to speak about is where we are in terms of the people we are talking to, our audiences. And in Por Causa, in the foundation I direct, we have been studying the communication and how the hate speech has been rising since 2015. And this is a brief that helps us to understand how the audiences, how the citizens of the Occidental part of the world feel, because those are the people we are trying to speak with. And so the most important thing is in the 11th of September, something very big happened in terms of narrative. I'm always talking during my presentation of narrative and storytelling and perceptions. It's not about realities, but it's about how audiences perceive messages and build messages and stories. So 11th of September was the beginning of a new narrative. It wasn't the first time we heard this narrative, but it was a very strong point of change. And this narrative became the narrative about securitization. It was an attack, we felt attacked, and then that allowed the public speech to explain that citizens needed protection, and this protection will come mainly by leaving part of their individual rights apart. And we accepted to lose freedom to get protection. And this securitization also brought this strong concept of us and the others. And to illustrate that, just think that in 2001, there were less than 20 walls separating the borders of countries, less than 20 walls. Right now, we are reaching the 100 walls. So most of the walls that are separating countries were built since the 11th of September. And the wall is a way, is a narrative way to say there are two kinds of people, one in a side of the wall and the other in the other side, because the wall can be trespassed. But the narrative of the wall is very powerful. Another important thing is that during those years after the 11th of September, this growth of feeling that we could be attacked by others had a new event that was the Great Recession coming to our audiences. And then it was that you can lose everything. The middle class lost its power, its economical power, and we haven't recovered it ever. But the feeling that we can lose everything stays there. So we have scared people, scared audiences. Hate speech is not growing because there are people using very well the technology, because there were lots of things happening after the smartphones became one of the drivers of the way we could communicate. There were things that were not built on hate, they were built on love. Hate speech is growing because people are scared and they don't understand. And what we're saying is too complex because what we're working on is complex. So that makes them open to other views that don't have the ethical parameters we need. And then we arrive to COVID. And COVID brings more feeling of fear on the top of what it was already there. Okay? So right now, we find ourselves united by the feeling of sadness and fear due to a current perception of uncertainty. And it's very important that we understand that it's only a perception because life is uncertain. Life is uncertain by its own definition. So we are creating a feeling of uncertainty because the information we are spreading is not clear. Okay, so what we require right now is to be united to solve it because it's a united feeling. So we need union to solve it. We need to create community. And to create a community, we have two ways. We have hate and violence. So you hate someone else and you are united through the hate. This is very quick, is very strong, and violence is a very quick way to take out all your rage and take out all your sadness. It's very easy to create violence from fear and sadness. But there's another way, which is love and fraternity. And this is where we have to focus. We have to focus on love and fraternity. So we need a speech that will help us to succeed. And this speech has to be based on success. People need to believe on human race. Again, we have been within a narrative, and that comes from the 80s, is not new, which is about guilt, is about compassion, and is about depth. But human is able to do amazing things by itself that you can explain without using guilt or compassion or depth. I'm seeing my time is running out, so I don't want to be to go too far. But one thing that I think is amazing is that the Amazonian forest, that is the example of wildness, is a forest created by men. Is the fact that human race has been there for ages that makes it such a special place with so much diversity. And it's amazing, but those kinds of things need to be known. We need to recover the trust on the human and the human race. And the second thing is individuals need again to feel they're able to change things. People think they cannot change anything and they cannot do anything about anything. And this is horrible. And this is where local comes back again. It always was there, but we have to work local to change global. Because local makes people agents of change. So, how to proceed? We need to create our own frame. We need to talk about what we want to talk and stop talking about what other people are talking and try to do anti things. The anti doesn't work because you're working on a frame that is not yours. You have to create a new tales, new stories about what you want to transmit. You have to talk about diversity and stop talking about us and them. And I'm not saying that there is not an us and them, because there is. There are differences between people, and this is terrible, and this is what we're working to make them disappear. But when you make them a narrative, it makes more difficult to stop them. So diversity, yes. Migrants, for example, is a term that we have to reshape. We are all migrants. Migration is natural. The stories are good, numbers are bad. Numbers, you forget them, they don't change perception. Another important thing, you don't tell the others they are wrong. When you tell someone that it's wrong what they're saying, you lose this person, you lose this audience. So there are different ways to say the people to think in another way. You make citizens agents of change, again, local and local and local. Local is short-term results, is empathy. Your neighbor is not a migrant, is your neighbor. This is very important. And for authorities and for everyone working, stop fear the failure. Be innovative. And I'm going to go very strong. Lots of structures have worked this way. The first to prove right what I'm saying were fashion and marketing. Those are the campaigns of United Colors of Benetton. Some of them were like very polemic. And right now you see them and everybody is copying that. This is Adidas, but you have Loewe, you have L'Oreal, lots of fashion and makeup and good producers are using diversity as a driver. So they can do it. Why cannot we? Most popular TV shows, Sense8 was a super hit, and it was about diversity in all senses. And we have Pose also, is one of the top super hits of this 2020, and it's about diversity, sexual diversity too, and it's amazing. So we also can do that. Why not? Even us in Por Causa, we have that. Life begins with migration. Migration is so natural that life begins with it. We have also in media very interesting things, and I could speak for it, give you thousands of examples, but this one, for example, I Am Los Angeles. I Am Los Angeles talks about Angelinos. Angelinos, as Whistle was saying, They don't consider themselves from the US, they consider themselves from Los Angeles. Local is a strength. Local is above everything. And also, Romans were not white. That was published in Forbes. Romans were not white is also about migration. It's another way of saying diversity was there from the beginning of the human being. This is an advertisement from a producer of coats. That could have been done on city. Diversity is a strength, and this is only about fashion. And a city also could have done that, make a petit great again, or the shirt. This shirt, well, I don't have time to explain it, but it has a brilliant story. And finally, some late political says, see those women have been elected recently. Don't lose hope. Let's be brave. Let's change the way we talk about things. We can do it. So, and this is all. And thank you very much. I've been rushing because I know we're out of time. Next time you give me 30 minutes and I show you lots of examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucilla. Next time we will leave you at least 30 minutes so you can give to us a lot of examples, but your example has been very clear to address and tackle our task. I would like to thank you very much. Thanks to the honorable speaker, because I think we have addressed in a multi-perspective our domain. I think it's important that we have to tackle all together. They are all sides of the same coin. And I think that since the European institution has invited us to work closely with the EU, I firmly invite the European institution to work closely with cities and with citizens. And on this, I really thank also the Eccar network, because I think it's very important to mix all the point of view from the institutional level, but also from cities and from citizens. I will leave the floor to Lucia Fresa and thank you again to our speaker of today. Lucia, you take the floor.
Thank you very much. And really, also the presentations from this morning have been brilliant and very inspiring. So thank you to all the speakers also from myself. Actually, now I will give the floor to Iben Obulor, who is the coordinator of the Eccar Secretariat, Eccar office in Heidelberg, and she will introduce the work of the working groups. Before that, I would like to ask thank you, Lucilla, for writing your website. We will visit that for sure, the website of Por Causa. And before giving the floor to EVN, I would like to ask the technicians, if they haven't done it already, to write the links for working group on housing and for working group speaking up, to write them again in the group chat. I know they have been sent to everyone and everything has been checked already, but I think it could be useful to have the links also in the group chat so that the people can copy and paste. And so I would like to see if this is enough or if the technicians want to give more information. Now I give the floor to EVN, and then again, if the technicians want to add something or if this information to participants is enough. Thank you. And EVN, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning also from Heidelberg. Thank you to all the organizers. I'm very happy to see so many Eccar cities present. This is really like unique. And I think all the speakers somehow mentioned it, starting from Benedetto yesterday, now just recently Lucilla, how important it is to actually act local, that we as Eccar are a practical network that is actually doing things. So this is why I'm so happy to to introduce the next part of this conference, which is the working groups. For us as network, it is crucial to exchange good practices, to learn from one another, and to really see what can we do, what challenges are others facing, and how can we learn from them, and what are the specificalities of our local context, but still what can others gain out of our experience. So for this year's conference, the organizers have planned 3 working groups. The first one is protecting vulnerable groups, a focus on the dimension of education, youth and communication in the fight against discrimination towards Muslims at the local level. This working group will be coordinated by the Fundamental Rights Agency, DG Justice and Consumers, and also the European Commission. The next working group, I think we also heard that a lot, will focus on the role of youth as agents of change, speaking up, youth and media voices and narratives to communicate new cities. This group will be coordinated by Tsiak Migration. And the focus there will lie on negative framings about migration that can strengthen the rise of populism and xenophobia. I think we all just also heard that from Lucila. And therefore, this working group focuses on how voices and narratives matter when it comes to shaping public attitudes and political narratives. And it also really focuses on the role of young people in this field. And the last group, coordinated by the Eccar city of Ghent, will focus on housing, tackling discrimination by ensuring equal access to housing in the real estate business. So access to qualitative housing is a fundamental right. We all know that, but nonetheless, recent studies show exclusion and discrimination in the access to proper housing. And Ghent, having done correspondence testing to measure discrimination in this field, will share the effects of the testing and discuss the implementation of proactive and reactive testing. So you see, there's a lot to talk about, a lot of good practices to exchange. So I will stop here and invite all of you to join the working groups and really use also this chance and this opportunity to get concrete and to really go into action. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno, qui è il control room.
Good morning, this is the conference control room. We now start with the working groups. So once again, I am writing on the general chat that this is the link, portal.voiceboxer.com, portal.voiceboxer.com. So please close the plenary conference browser. Please go back to portal.voiceboxer.com. You will see the list of open events. You will then click into the working group you've been assigned. So you have enrolled to either 1 or 2 or 3. Okay, just 1 second. We can see here portal.voiceboxer.com. Here we go. You can see this into the general chat. So once again, you can manage your participation into the working groups. Now, in the working groups, once you are in, you have been pre-enrolled, so you are all speakers. So now you cannot change your status. Okay, this is it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the meeting.
So, good morning everyone. Can you all hear me? Yes, I see some yeses, that's good. So, we have still few minutes for everyone to be set and start this discussion today. So I let you, well, actually this group was already here, so I let you just settle down, put your screens on, and then we can start. I would advise that we all, to the extent possible, keep the video on so that we can see each other while having this discussion today. Hmm. I was just trying to share my screen. I receive an error message, so if the technical team can maybe help me in these 5 minutes that are left before we start, I can send my presentation in another format and have it shared by someone else. I'm afraid I don't get access to sharing the screen. Okay, I'm back. Apparently, it's not possible to share the screen due to some firewalls, so that doesn't matter. We will be able to do it without PowerPoint. It might be even better. So welcome everyone. I think we're right on time to start. My name is Tommaso Chiamparino. I trust that everyone is listening and hearing well. I am working in the European Commission as in the team that works on fundamental rights and in particular on tackling racism and xenophobia. And I am working then more specifically even on combating anti-Muslim hatred and intolerance. Um, I've been in discussions with Eccar for some months now about how to about the importance of coming together from the European Commission perspective down to the local level. So we started our cooperation now for more than a year, and we intend to bring this forward. So we're very happy that this work has started and that we could have the opportunity to work so closely and to have this space in the conference today to discuss concretely about what can be done at a local level with the support of other institutions at other levels and with the engagement of other players like civil society in fostering inclusion and tackling discrimination against certain groups and communities, and in particular those that are exposed to racism, discrimination, and forms of intolerance. Um, so we have a long way towards the end, but a very dense set of activities and discussions together, with one goal essentially towards the end of the day today, which is um, to come forward with concrete suggestions on priorities, actions, and tools by cities and local government to foster inclusion and tackle discrimination of vulnerable groups and communities at the local level. And we will have a particular focus on the Muslim communities or those forms of discrimination and racism that um, tackle people perceived to be Muslim. So even beyond those that belong to those communities. Um, the Commissioner for Equality in the beginning of the day today mentioned it, so I will not repeat um, the background, the policy background that we have today is, I would say, twofold. On the one hand, the just released European Commission action plan for 2020-2025 on anti-racism, where the work with cities is featuring extremely prominently in several ways, and the European Coalition of Cities Against Racism is mentioned as one of the key partners together with others. So we are working in that track today, and we hope that this discussion will continue in the following months too. And secondly, we're working in the track of the cooperation that I mentioned at the very beginning, that started a year ago when we had the first discussion in the context of a Eurocities workshop between the coordinator, so my offices and teams and the team in the Eccar Secretariat about specifically tackling anti-Muslim hatred. Um, we have um, an interesting group of people today together in this virtual room. It's not there is me representing European institutions. There's several uh, um, local authorities represented. The Council of Europe is represented. The European networks of cities other than Eccar are also with us today, Eurocities. And let me say also very importantly, we have a good representation of civil society organizations that are working from the ground to tackle Islamophobia or racism in general. So we have an opportunity, I think, quite unique to be, let's say, all those players that were mentioned in the statements this morning before we started are here in a small delegation to discuss. So we have this unique opportunity of fostering exchanges among all these actors. Um, we will do so by following the structure of the overall conference of Eccar and the three dimensions. So education, communication, and youth. So we will look at how these three dimensions can be taken from the angle of tackling discrimination and fostering inclusion of most vulnerable communities. And we will go one by one, education, communication, and youth, over the time that is allowed for us today, and look at the obvious interconnections, of course, that there are also between all these three dimensions. And the introductory speeches today had already given us some good food for thought on how to operationalize these dimensions at the local level and on this specific area of work. We have made a call in previous months to share good practices within the Eccar network, and I must say I was positively surprised and amazed by the amount of initiatives, of projects that were shared with us by several cities. So we had really we were going to hear many different initiatives from cities that are based everywhere in Europe and of different dimensions. So we have from Barcelona to Helsingborg in Sweden, from Bologna to Berlin, and many others. So small cities and big cities together from different national contexts, all, let's say, with a common goal in this sense, to share what has been done in terms of increased protection of certain communities and responses to racism and discrimination. So we will try to have an interactive approach to the workshop in general. So I will ask all the presenters that will take the floor to share their initiative to integrate into this dynamic. So trying to plug in their initiatives to what is being discussed in the different sub-sessions, instead of having full-fledged longer presentations. What we did was to share in advance the details of each of the good practices that will be presented, so that everyone could read it and can read it after or during the workshop, while the presentations will be maintained more operational to the essentials of these initiatives. So as said, the objective is to have a participatory session. So I'm encouraging everyone to take the floor, to share your input, not being shy, and use also the chat that you have, the group chat that you have, to share what you have in mind, even while other people are speaking, so that everything is there, and also those that don't get a chance to speak can write things down. And we will record all this and take notes to come forward at the end of the day today, hopefully with a toolbox of actions, of priorities, resources, and actors that need to be involved to address this phenomenon. Um, I'm sure that in each of the sessions where you have or you try to be participatory, we will see and have different views amongst ourselves. But let me recall that one of the purposes today is to be constructive and respectful of the views of the others. So we're free to disagree, but let's do it in a constructive way and respecting the views of the others. So let me just go through very briefly what is the plan of the morning. So we will. I'm now introducing, as you heard, we will shortly have the opportunity to hear from one of the civil society organization. Can you hear me now? I see that the sound was off. If you shake your or say yes with your head, I can continue talking. Yes, there's a yes. Good. So we will have a chance to speak, to hear from one very prominent civil society organization from Germany, Claim Alliance, about their project that they're running now for a year, and which amongst the different objectives it has to define how the contour and the framework for understanding, having a common understanding of what we're talking when we speak about uh, Islamophobia, anti-Muslim racism, anti-Muslim hatred. It is unfortunately, I would say unfortunately to a certain extent, an area where uh, definition or clear understanding is sometimes lacking, which offers even the possibility to some to dismiss the issue. So to qualify it as something, as a phenomenon that doesn't exist, or let's say that is in a way legitimate as an expression of freedom of speech. Um, but I'm sure that by having you or operators so close to the ground, you're not so you're probably less concentrated on high level political statement and rather know what is happening on the ground. And on the ground, what we see are indeed, unfortunately, recurring and both individual and structural episodes of discrimination and racism that target people because of their perceived religious or mixed religious and ethnic belongings. So after that, we will start the group in the sub-sessions. So I mentioned education, then there will be a session on communication, and the last one will be on youth. This will bring us with a lunch break, fortunately, between 1 and 2, towards the end of our session where we'll wrap up, and if there is a remaining time available, a group exercise will be carried out. So before giving the floor to Claim Alliance, I'll and Guzin, that is, I'm seeing her ready to take the floor. I'll just do what normally you do at the end, but then at the end people tend to be extremely tired and switching off. So I'll do it now, and which is to express my gratitude to some actors and persons that are some are in the room, some have helped a lot for the realization of this working session today. So the city of Bologna and Lucia Fresa that has started and offered us this space together with the Eccar Secretariat, Daniel Kubelic, Nicolene and other colleagues. And then Claudia Deramo, who is also in the room and helping and has been of great help to structure this discussion today and be in contact with many of you. And then let me thank, of course, the group of committed cities that responded so positively to our call for sharing good practices today. So we have such a packed agenda also because of the great interest that was showed by all of you. And then, of course, I mean, I'm thanking in advance everyone that is participating today, civil society organizations, representatives of international networks and organizations, and representatives of cities who will engage, I'm sure, and will continue engaging also in the future to bring this to the next step. So, having said that, I'm happy to pass the floor to Guzin Sehan. Sorry in advance for how bad I pronounce your name. From Claim Alliance, who from Germany, who will present their work on elaborating a working definition, or at least a framework for understanding anti-Muslim hatred that will help us to scope our discussion. Before I give the floor to Guzin, uh, is there anyone that has a question? I think we can allow uh, two quick questions for from the floor. Okay, it seems no one is taking the floor, so I'm happy then to pass it over to you, Guzin, for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, do you hear me? Great. So I wanted actually to share my screen.
So please, you can find the net icon on the left bar, and then actually you can choose what you share.
Sì, puoi.
Dov'è?
So. Okay. I'm sorry, I cannot find my PowerPoint, but I just so I just present it if it's okay with you. So thanks for having me. My name is Güzin Ceyhan. I'm from Claim, and today I want to present our work, especially our work at our EU project iReport. But before I introduce you the working definition, I give you an input of our work, just a quick input. So our Träger, our mother organization from Claim is Teilsein e.V. in Heidelberg. Our alliance of Claim unites and brings together Muslim and non-Muslim civil actors together. We were founded end of 2017, and we are alliance of around 40 projects and organizations in Germany. So our key activities at Claim, we have 5 fields actually. So one is our network project. We empower and strengthen civil society actors. Then we have strategic communication, where we want to raise awareness for anti-Muslim racism, hatred, and discrimination. And we want to foster and make strategy and want to develop strategies of narrative change. Then we work in the field of improving data on anti-Muslim incidents, and this is our project iReport. We also are active in lobbying and advocacy, and we see us as an interface between science and civic organizations and politics. So our project iReport is funded from a Rights, Equality and Citizenship program, and we have 4 partners. It is one is our Dokustelle in Vienna, the University of Salzburg, and EPA in Brussels. So here, from iReport, our objectives are, our overall goal of the project is to contribute to combating anti-Muslim hatred by providing a standardized system for reporting and documenting cases. And we have 2 specific objectives. Objective 1 is an existing EU-wide working definition of Islamophobia, and this must be transferred to and agreed upon in Germany and Austrian context. And Objective 2 is the necessary infrastructure to report and register cases of anti-Muslim hatred and to develop and extend it. So the working definition, now here we have to first of all to explain why we need a working definition. So we had a meeting in end of December in Brussels. Tommaso had organized this meeting, and this was a seminar on a working definition of anti-Muslim hatred, Islamophobia. And their following reasons were given for the importance of the working definition. First of all, to promote the official recognition of Islamophobia, to raise public awareness and public understanding of Islamophobia, to discuss the denial of the phenomenon of Islamophobia, to create a basis in order to combat Islamophobia efficiently, to increase the protections of victims with regard to discrimination and attacks, to create a space for the victims' empowerment, to mobilize anti-racist work and advocacy, and to explain the mechanism of Islamophobia, and to identify and to measure the impact and consequences of Islamophobia. So our goal was then to have a common working base for the collection of anti-Muslim incidents. So then we conducted the study, Anti-Muslim Racism, a Working Definition by Dr. Farid Hafez. And he had the challenge to identify and analyze existing working definitions in the European context and to give a proposal of a common working definition. After his study, we had a roundtable on the 16th of September, where we discussed this proposed working definition, and science, politics, and civic organizations met together in order to discuss this definition, and their feedback was fed into the working definition. And the next step, we hope, is to discuss the proposed working definition also at the EU level. So our working definition of Islamophobia is, I just want to read it for you. This is anti-Muslim racism operates at different levels and includes the interpersonal level. For example, utterances, behavior of individuals, as well as the discursive level, social and cultural representation, the institutional level, for example, common action, and the structural level, for example, racism as a structural feature of a society. As a working definition of anti-Muslim racism, I propose, this is Dr. Farid Hafez, to define it as a form of racism specifically directed against Muslims or perceived as such. Anti-Muslim racism describes a relationship of dominance that is directly directed against individuals as well as groups and institutions that see themselves as Muslims or are marked as Muslim by external attribution. At the same time, anti-Muslim racism is also directed against society as a whole because it calls into question the norm of equality of all people. Anti-Muslim racism serves to maintain and extend privileges and the exclusion of Muslims. Anti-Muslim racism can manifest itself in various ways, such as discrimination, hate crime in speech, and in the actions of individuals, groups, and institutions. Thus, anti-Muslim racism manifests itself as a structural element of a society on an institutional level, on a discursive level, as well as on an individual level. This is the proposed working definition, but we have to emphasize here that this is just a temporary one, and we want to have more feedback for this working definition. But for our work, it was very important to make this definition as practical as possible. So we have defined some indicators for discrimination and victim counseling offices. Our goal is here to support public and civic discrimination and victim counseling offices and organizations to identify anti-Muslim motives, because we see a very high dark field in recognizing anti-Muslim incidents. So the indicators developed from us are based on the bias indicators of anti-Muslim hate crimes from ODIHR. So we have in total 8 indicators, and for each indicator we had special questions drawn up. Like, for example, our indicator 1 regarding the context, was the victim perceived to be a Muslim, or indicator 2 regarding time, which temporal connections can be identified. For example, the anniversary of Hanau attacks, Norway attacks, Islamic holidays. Then we had indicator 3, the pattern of incidents. Did similar incidents occur in the area? Then indicator 4, did prior to the incidents any threats occur? For example, in social media, flyers. Or intersectionality, very important. Did the offender responsible for discrimination also act on other motives like sexism, anti-black racism, homophobic and transphobic? Indicator 6, location. Did the incident take place at a location perceived to be a Muslim? For example, location like our Döner Imbiss, Shisha Cafe or sports club. Indicator 7, organized hate groups. Does the offender responsible for discrimination have a connection to organized anti-Muslim hate groups like right-wing extremist groups, Pegida? And indicator 8, self-perception and the perception by others. What if the counselor classifies the case as anti-Muslim motivated, but the person concerned or the victim does not? So these are our indicators in order to recognize anti-Muslim motives. So this is a short introduction from us, from our work. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Guzin, for this presentation, which was very rich, starting from your work on the ground and up to more theoretical or practical theoretical frameworks on how to better understand Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hatred. Let me just reassure everyone that the presentations that could not be shared for a number of reasons today will in any case shared with all participants at the end of this working session. So you will see also receive and have available the presentations and the slide that Guzin shared with us. You pointed to interesting dimensions, in my view, to why it is needed to, I mean, definition or not, we can call it as we wish, but to have, let's say, a common understanding of how we're looking at this phenomenon, what are its manifestations, its mechanisms, because if that is not known, it is difficult to respond. Because if police officers working against hate crime are not sufficiently trained on the ways that anti-Muslim hatred can manifest itself in individual episodes, they would not be able to qualify it as such, to investigate and prosecute, to support the victims as it deserves. So that is one aspect, and then you focused as well on intersectional dimensions, which I find extremely interesting because of we said how much this phenomenon interlinks and intertwines, uh, let's say, religious aspects, but not only those, and sometimes there is an association between religious factors and identification of people according to that with ethnic elements, as well as we mix with gender, as you said. So the intersectional dimension of anti-Muslim racism is very important to have in mind, I think, also for the continuation of this discussion. And the last point that I would pick from your presentation is that you have this uh, mix or combination of individual behaviors that might end up in episodes of hate crime, an attack to a mosque, or as it happened in Germany recently in Hanau to Shisha Cafe in that case. But you also have to put in the picture the structural dimensions of this and how much these specific form of discrimination and racism, as well as others, of course, have permeated our institutions, power structures, and individuals working therein that could affect in several dimensions, including access to education, access to jobs, etc. The um, possibilities and rights of certain people to be fully included and fully, let's say, given the possibility to benefit of the opportunities of our societies. And these are all dimensions, I think, where cities can have an extremely important role. It has been said several times since this morning, but let me say it once again. And so that gives me the possibility to hear now directly from the city level what has been done and what could be done in the several dimensions that we're looking at today. So I'm very grateful that this will not happen by hearing my voice, because I wouldn't be sufficiently qualified to run this discussion, but it is directly from the voice of one of the cities that will share a good practice, that the facilitation and the moderation of the panel session now starting on education will be carried out. So I'm happy to give the floor to Daniel Kubelic and to Yasmin from Heidelberg. Daniel works in the municipality of Heidelberg, and Yasmin Soilu is working for the organization. She will tell us more that had originated Claim Alliance. So we're setting some connections there. So the floor over to you, Daniel, to introduce this sub-session on education. And again, many thanks to Guzin for your presentation, and to Claim for the important work you do in Germany and outside Germany. Thank you.
Sorry, could you please try to refresh? Excuse me, could you please try to refresh your browser? We can hear your voice. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes, very good. Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Trublic. I'm the director of the Office of Equal Opportunities of the city of Heidelberg. Before I hand over to Yasemin Soylu of Teilseind and the Muslim Academy here in Heidelberg, I will just flesh out in a few words our role as a city in the educational field in training teachers, multipliers, and those disseminators um, against anti-Muslim racism. In 2015, the city of Heidelberg adopted our action plan Open for Diversity and Equal Opportunity, thereby initiating a process to sustainably make a stand against discrimination and to establish an urban culture that not only values diversity but also offers equal chances for everybody. Part of the action plan was the foundation of anti-discrimination counseling institutions in different fields, having an anti-discrimination network, and also a working group on hate crime and all forms of extremism, a working group that is put together with representatives from social work, from schools, from extra school educational programs, and other also the police and other and also people affected by discrimination, organizations representing people who are affected by discrimination. Um, but also for us, it was important to highlight the importance of equal opportunities and also equal access to the educational sector. That's why, as a local anti-discrimination office, we focus also on trainings and learning opportunities for teachers, social workers, and public sector employees. And we will maybe hear later more, I'm sure, from Yasemin, how a curriculum could also look like, what is important in this field. We still face in Heidelberg that Muslim children, young people, and students face discrimination in school and university, sometimes even in preschool. This can have far-reaching consequences for those affected. Anti-Muslim racism has consequences for Muslim children and youth, whether they be psychological or physical. Often their talent, their knowledge, and their skills are undervalued, are not seen. A great example that is at the moment discussed in German media is the case of one of the inventors of the breakthrough BioNTech Pfizer coronavirus vaccine, Uyur Shahin, himself a child of a working migrant from Turkey who came as a son of a working migrant, of a factory worker, to Germany and first didn't receive a school recommendation for a German high school that would have allowed him to study at university. And when you think of, luckily, because a neighbor intervened and convinced his teachers, he was sent to a school that allowed him to study medicine later. But I think that is a very important example that what we are losing as a society as a whole when we don't see every talent and when talents are undervalued in school because of cliches that maybe children of migrants, mostly from Muslim families, are not maybe not smart enough or not talented enough, or don't have it what it takes to study and be successful. And that's why it's very important to train teachers, also school social workers, because it's threatening our society as a whole. It will create the feeling of uselessness and not belonging by those students and pupils affected. It will have effects on the classroom and also, of course, then to the community as a whole, and can lead also to a negative and destructive reactions by pupils who experience exclusion and discrimination. That's why I'm very happy that Helena Dalli in the morning session in a keynote stressed out from her perspective from the European Commission focusing on equality, and that inclusive education is key. And it's necessary, and basic starting point for the social development of our communities. And now I hand over to Yasemin Soylu, who will explore our educational programs in this field, especially not only trainings for multipliers and disseminators, but also empowerment programs for Muslim and Jewish youth. Thank you. Hand over to Yasemin.
Yes, the floor, thank you very much, Daniel. In between, the floor has been given to me, so I'm kindly asking indeed to pass the floor to Yasmin Soylu for as the next speaker from
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to follow on our partner Daniel Čubulić from the city of Heidelberg and also my colleague Güzin in Berlin, who work especially on the field on anti-Muslim racism. I'm happy to present from Heidelberg our institutional approach in this field and also giving some examples on our concrete works and programs here in Heidelberg, carried out also together with the city of Heidelberg. So let me come shortly to our institution and to our self-understanding as a Muslim organization. With the name Teilseiend under the roof of the Muslim Academy, we were founded in the year 2014 as a Muslim grassroots organization. So we were Muslim people from the city of Heidelberg coming together and wanting to be active for our community, for our city, and taking responsibility for the place we are living in. So we are working as an institution on the topics of civic society, religion, and democracy. In this triad of topics, we take up on current discourses, challenges, and controversies concerning our living together. And our living together, we understand, in a plural and diverse society, which is reality of nowadays, which we can't avoid. And so our approach is to take action in this for this plural and diverse society. Our approach is thereby inclusive and participative. So we want to raise public awareness for democratic values and encourage social commitment and empower citizens to engage for their interests. Muslim citizens, but not only Muslim citizens. So we take responsibility for the society as Muslims, but for the diverse and plural society as a whole. Muslims are one target group in this of all our programs and projects. So our programs of civic education cover topics such as prevention of extremism or hate crime and anti-discrimination and empowerment. By there, we use a variety of formats. And now I want to give some examples of these formats we are implementing here in Heidelberg. One format is, for example, the Jewish Muslim Culture Days. This is a program where we bring together cultural and political education. So we work there together as a Muslim academy together with the University of Jewish Studies, with the city of Heidelberg and a culture institution. So in a strong collaboration of different institutions with different target groups, we bring up topics as Jewish and Muslim life here in Germany, making their positions and the perspective of these people visible and giving them a platform. Another program we are implementing here in Heidelberg is in the field of youth work. So it concerns civic education for children in the age of 6 to 12 and is carried out in an interreligious holiday program. So this is a program where we bring together Jewish kids, Muslim kids, Christian kids, but also non-religious kids together for 1 week in the holidays, playing and learning together concerning topics which we are all like learning about, for example, nature, but also plural society, living together in a good society. These are topics carried out with children of different faiths, bringing them together and making this plurality kind of taken granted and normality for these children. Another example for a format is the workshops with schools and classes, so working together with students in schools, giving their workshops on the topics discrimination and extremism and undemocratic attitudes, and anti-Muslim racism being one phenomenon we are talking about. And often we make the experience that students and teachers say, okay, it's so important to have a platform with strong partners who can talk on these topics and giving a room for reflection and showing that these topics are we have to work on. And often teachers say us, okay, we can't handle these topics, they are so big for us, we have not the knowledge and the competences on these, we need partners with whom we can work on these topics. And so next to the work with children's and school classes, we also give seminars for multipliers, so teachers and educators, also of kindergartens, for example, on topics how to deal, for example, with religious pluralism in classrooms or in the kindergarten. Often being Islam and the Muslim religion being one of the main challenges for example, kindergartens in Christian hand. So it is often a point of giving information and also giving competences and tools in the hands of multipliers how to deal with this pluralism and these religions and different faiths and attitudes of the kids and of the students. So next on these, I have now named 4 formats: the Jewish Muslim Culture Days, the youth work with the interreligious holiday program, the seminars with multipliers, the workshops with schools and classes, and the 5th format we are working on, I want to name, is the advice and consultation for people being affected by anti-Muslim racism. So working in one-to-one consultations, empowering people who are either, if they are Muslim or also being seen as Muslim, who are affected by anti-Muslim racism, and empowering and consulting them how to deal with them personally. So these are 5 examples we are working as a Muslim institutions in this field. And for the discussion, I also want to bring in the 4 pillars, I want to name them the 4 pillars of our work, which are like the basis of all our formats. It is, first of all, the self-definition of us as a Muslim organization. So we go in there with a proactive attitude. So we want to shape discourses and not being just the people who are talking about, the people on who our discourses are having an effect, but shaping discourses active, bringing there something in. And so it's the question, what can we offer as Muslim citizens here in Heidelberg? What can we bring in to foster our democratic city, to foster our democratic society? So this for the attitude of our institution. And to carry out these programs and these formats I was mentioning, there are 3 other pillars which are very important. So one already mentioned is the strong collaborations with partners of different institutions and organizations. As, for example, the municipality of Heidelberg is a very important partner to carry these programs out, but also working together with cultural institutions, working together with sciences, with the university in Heidelberg, for example, working together with the Jewish community, working together with police also, having these strong collaborations and cooperations with different institutions working on the field in anti-Muslim racism. The 3rd pillar is the interdisciplinary approach. Having all these different collaborations, it's also important to look on the phenomenon by different disciplines. So we are approaching the topics by the attitude of anti-discrimination, with a view of prevention, also with an empowerment approach. We bring together sciences, we bring together civic educations, cultural educations. So looking on the phenomenon of different disciplines to, especially, for example, in the work with children in school classes, this is very important and gives us the possibility to handle the phenomenon. There are topics like extremism, there are topics like Islamism, there are topics like discrimination, and to handle this interdisciplinary approach is helping a lot to give tools for the children and also for the multipliers. And the fourth one, which is very important here, also for the whole work in the city, building on a network. Bringing this interdisciplinary approach and collaborations together in a network where we constantly share our ideas, share our competences, share our works, and to know who is working on what. And how can I refer to them? How can I bring them also into my work? And where should we collaborate and work together? And fifth and last point is also building, for us as an institution, especially building on a network of POC and Muslim experts in this field. So having partners, and there are such a range of people working on these topics, and knowing them, bringing them into your own work, giving them the platform, and to bring their perspectives as POC here in Germany, as Muslim people here in Germany, as citizens who shape our democratic society, to bring them in the work in the community. So this as a small input, and giving an example how we work and carry out on the field of anti-Muslim racism and pluralist society here in Heidelberg. I don't know, Daniel, do you want to add some ideas? No. Otherwise, I will bring in some 3 questions we want also to bring in for the discussion. Building up on these examples, we think it's very important to look again at the question: how can multipliers be equipped with anti-Muslim racism, like teachers, like educators, people in the youth work? So what do they need to get some competences to deal with this field? Second, which educational tools are good to tackle anti-Muslim racism? That we should focus on this point in the discussion. And third of it, what are the concrete effects on our communities, on young cities, and on the cities here in Europe and in Germany? What are the concrete effects of anti-Muslim racism on our societies and on our communities? These would be some 3 questions we would like to discuss with you all, if you are fine for it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yasmin, and thanks, Daniel, previously for sharing with us your initiative and the very inspiring, I would say, principles on which you base your work. There's already a few tools and approaches that I think are interesting to retain for our work in this field. But let me see. Thanks for throwing these questions that are very, very relevant. So let me see if there is anyone from the group that would like to react to Yasmin's presentation and in particular to the questions that Yasmin posed to the whole group. Is there anyone that wants to take the floor? Even based on your initiative. I see Aida that is ready. So if you could please give the floor to Aida Guyen from Barcelona. Can please the floor be given to Aida Guyen? She's there waving her hands.
Goes. Do you hear me? Good. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to see some well-known faces. I hope you are all okay and your families as well. I really wanted to thank the speakers that had previously talked, because I think they put a lot of issues on the floor to be discussed in this working group, and I'm gonna just go straight to explain what the situation is regarding education and Muslim hatred in Barcelona, and what are the issues that are raised by communities and also by the schools, and go straight to try to answer in one of the questions that Yasemin was throwing to us. Just to explain you, Barcelona, we have a municipal plan on to fight against racism since 2017. Before the terrorist attack, I think it's important to say, we already had the plan. And it's inside our whole policy against racism, which is a policy that has been implemented for quite a long time. But at some point, we decided to make a special focus on Islamophobia for reasons that have been already explained by you. And especially, we did a diagnosis at the beginning, and education and the schools was one of the fields where actually Islamophobia was being reported the most by Muslim communities, with issues that had to do, of course, with lower expectations, as Daniel was explaining in his example, but also with very concrete issues such as not being able to have a halal menu in the schools and not being provided with, even though they ask for it. Problem with girls wearing hijab and being harassed by the fact that they were wearing the hijab in schools, even with some incidents where it was, let's say, not sure if they were allowed or not to wear a hijab. There was a whole discussion in Catalonia in general with this issue. And then also with the issue of having Islam classes in school or not, which are by the law actually allowed and protected. The same with the Catholic religion classes and Protestant and Jewish, but not being provided actually. So very concrete issues on how Islamophobia was taking place in our schools. And with the plan, we have trying to work on some of these issues. I'm not going to go into the whole thing because it's too long, but I think it was interesting to answer one of the questions when I said, how can we equip the multipliers with to be able to fight against anti-Muslim hatred? And the first thing I thought it was, and I wanted to know if this has arisen in some other places, has to do with actually who the multipliers are and how we need to implement real human resources policies that make our multipliers, so to say, our teachers, our civil servants, actually to be as diverse as our population is. Because this is not the case in Barcelona at all. And it has to do with how you access a public function, of course, because there's an issue of nationality that it's keeping some people apart. But it's not only that, because even when you talk about people that have a Spanish nationality, which are a lot of in concrete Muslim people with Spanish nationality, but still we don't get that diversity in our public function, and we don't get that diversity in our schools. And that's, from my point of view, the first thing, one of the most important things we should be doing in order to prevent anti-Muslim hatred, which is changing the face of our administration. That's what I wanted to share with you.
Oh, hello. Thank you. Now I'm on again. Sorry. Thank you for your comments, Aida. I think that it's you stressed out other very, very important issues, especially on the diversity also in the educational sector, not only by teachers. And this is also something we are focusing on in our programs, for example, with the educational university here in Heidelberg, to safeguard that Muslim students, because we have also a high number of people who, for example, start studying to become teachers with a Muslim background and then don't finish studying it. And so we have to look also into it, what is happening at educational programs and universities, why maybe students start to want to become teachers and then don't finish their degrees and don't enter the educational sector as teacher. That is very important. And now want to give the floor to Bologna, to Dino Coccianella, Director of the Department on New Citizenship and Neighborhoods, and with a presentation on their plan for inclusion. Hello, are there some technical problems or?
Ok, thank you. Ok, buongiorno a tutte e a tutti, chiedo scusa.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologize, but I do prefer to speak Italian. And unfortunately, I had some connection problems, so I think you cannot see me, but I hope you can hear me. I would like to share with you the experience of the city of Bologna. We are developing a local plan against discrimination, and in particular, I would like to give you some information about the background, the rationale, and also the relationship with vulnerable groups, and in particular with the Muslim communities living in Bologna. The municipality of Bologna started in 2014 within a European project. So we started a survey on Muslim communities in Bologna. Back then, there was a huge debate about the construction of a mosque in the city. And because of that, the municipality decided to know in terms of numbers, but also in terms of, Right, so we carried out this survey, and in particular, we talked to young Muslims, so second generation Muslims, and they expressed their problems concerning, in particular, the relationships with institutions and their life in the city. A second survey was carried out in 2018 on the expectations, and that was the observatory of Bologna. And in particular, this survey was about the expectations of different communities, the Jewish community, the Christian one, but also minorities, also when it comes to Buddhism, for example, and Hinduism. Based on this survey and based on the local plan as well, we identified the need for extending our knowledge about the communities living in our city, And it was also important to know, to get a deeper knowledge of the relationship between the community, the communities and the municipality services. And it was also important to look at the daily relationships and services when it comes to school, social services. So the relationships between institutions and people belonging to communities or ethnic minorities in our city. And so this is the rationale, the background, and we decided to provide training, first of all, to the public officers, so the people working the public administration, because unfortunately, these people were trained basically back in 2000, but actually the mix of people in our city is changing over time. We have more than 60,000 people coming from foreign countries living in our city of Bologna, and they come from 153 different countries. So the picture has changed also in terms of nationalities. And so we need to know these nationalities, and we have to adapt our services and relationships to the different cultural and religious features of these people. So we organized a training course, training session to our colleagues working in the different neighborhoods of the city, the ones in particular dealing and working with migrants, in particular the office providing also papers and certifications, and also the social services, schools, and an office dealing with associations in particular and community workers. 6 training courses were organized for 130 colleagues. Each training was 12 hours, 4 modules, and the training was about human rights and human rights to be guaranteed. But at the same time, training also involved the psychological aspects of migration, and it was also based on surveys. So the results of the surveys were presented, and also was a very interactive training. In particular, the trainees had a chance to talk, to speak, and to give a feedback about all the things that were provided during the training. And we realized that there are some difficulties, and also in terms of language, and we also need more training courses, in particular to teach Italian to migrants. And also we should know more about the culture and religious features of these communities when it comes also to clothing, when it comes to issue and deliver papers or certificates. Sometimes it is difficult to see the face of these people. So there was also the problem that very often the husband speaks instead of the woman or the wife. And so when you have a couple, it is always the husband speaking, and when the wife has to answer, actually it is the husband taking the floor, and so operators have to be aware of these dynamics, and they adapted. I mean, also the subjects and the topics of the training were adapted based on the feedback received by the trainees. The training course was then organized also for operators, for social workers and healthcare providers, and also to the police force, in particular the police officers, police members working in the neighborhood, and basically 20 policemen were involved. I think Tommaso has a short summary in English of what I said. So you will have dates about the training. I can also share with you the links to the two surveys I have mentioned. Unfortunately, they are available only in Italian. I do apologize, but the two surveys are in Italian. Okay, this is the survey about expectations of religious communities, and you can find it online. I do apologize once again. Unfortunately, we had no time to translate it. It was, let's say, a first attempt, because the main goal was not to publish the survey. The main goal was to get as much information as possible from people through questionnaires and interviews, and we really needed to get information. I can also share the link to the survey carried out with the Muslim communities. There is a short report, and we can share the website where you find also more materials. Okay, these are the two links to the surveys, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your attention.
Dino and Aida, previously for your interventions. I think we had really a lot of elements from both of you added to the initial and also to respond, I would say, to the questions that were posed at the very beginning by Yasmin. I took note of a few elements that that are worth, I think, to retain here. From both, I would say they are in different stages in a way, but what Barcelona started some years ago, becoming a recognized best practice in this field, with the plan, the local municipal plan on Islamophobia, and what at the same time the municipality of Bologna, some years after has started, and is like a process that is more new, so to say, so that it is building. I thought it was interesting to hear how much important it is to ground this on research, so on facts and on surveys, on perceptions, on analysis of how people affected are living their conditions, and to the extent to which these need to be tackled in certain dimensions. And the dimension of education was indeed crucial. The importance of having diversity in institutions in general, and not only in schools and amongst teachers, is equally relevant, and the point that Aida made. I was focusing, and I also retained the when we look at education, the focus not only being on what we would immediately think of in terms of schools and kindergarten, so education as a public service, but also, and importantly, also education in terms of training and on awareness raising within the institutions and the administrations on these issues. So how important it is to deal and to make sure that at different levels, at local, in local governments, in police, local police, etc., and other public offices, there is a due consciousness of this issue, of consciousness about even certain biases and unconscious biases that we might have, and how to work on this and how to deal with this in the context of the daily work. And this is not only something for those that work like Daniel, for example, in the equality offices of municipalities, but it is important for all other services as well, in particular those that deliver directly to the citizens at the local level. I am just looking at the participants. If there is anyone that wants to raise their hand virtually by clicking on the small hand on the left top side of your screen, you would be given the floor to intervene, to sum up and or share with us any additional point with respect to this field of education that we've been dealing with now with the input from Bologna, from Heidelberg, and from Barcelona. Is there anyone that would like to take the floor? If not, then I'll thank again very much, first of all, Daniel and Yasmin, that had shared not only their initiatives in Heidelberg, but also has been throwing questions and discussions point for the whole group in this sub-session on education. Thank you to Aida for sharing some bits of the Barcelona plan. We know that it touches upon several dimensions, and so feel free to intervene also in the next sessions if and when relevant. And many thanks to Dino Cocchianella, the director of the Department on New Citizenship and Neighborhood in Bologna, for sharing their initiative, which is in a starting point, but it's extremely promising, good practice there. And as he mentioned, we have shared in advance, and we will share again a detailed description of that in English as well. I am hearing and seeing that there is Bashkim that would like to take the floor. Sorry if I hope it is your right name. This is how I see it appearing on the screen. Please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering regarding your action to sensibilize the multiplicators, to give them tools. My question was, is there any critical perspective among your organizations, especially from your organization, TAISA? Because it is important, of course, to make some kind of influence among multiplicators. It is also important to have a critical point of view regarding also the Muslim realities. Do you have this critical approach in order not to show the both sides of the of the problems of the challenges regarding this population, why they are so stigmatized? because it's important to bring also a critical view regarding different aspects of the integration of these populations in order to be more credible. If I can, I'm sorry, I'm thinking French and I'm speaking English. And my second my second question was, you speak about multiplicators as civil servants, teachers and others. What do you think about the journalists? Because as you know, the journalists, they write openly on the topics regarding Muslims, but my impression is that they are not very clearly informed about the Muslim sociological realities. When I say Muslim sociological realities, I mean to the Muslim as a religion, but Muslim as culture. And sometimes there is a confusion when I read some papers on the Muslim realities for example, in Switzerland. So I didn't present myself. My name is Bashkim Miseni. I'm the responsible of the Lausanne's Office for Integration and Protection Against Racial Discrimination. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bashkim. I think I can very shortly pass the floor maybe to Daniel or Yasmin. Just tell me, raising your hand. Okay, Yasmin, to you. Just 1 second to comment on your, I think you made a very interesting point, the second one on journalists, the role of journalists. Let me, and this bridges actually to the next session that we will have on communication, by the way. So a nice assist there to move to the next session. But let me just say that this is an area where also from the side of the Commission, we're looking at very, very deeply, and we will start a work next year starting from January to foster knowledge of journalists on how to improve media reporting about Islam and Muslims, because we have indeed also the impression that there's a critical role there in making sure that when writing about facts, whatever facts you describe that have to do with Muslim and people perceived to be Muslim, it is very important that you have very balanced narratives, that you use precise words, that you don't mix up, because otherwise you risk to feed certain stereotypes and stereotyped views of Muslim and associations of Muslim with certain categories. So it's something that we will deal with from our level as well, but indeed it might be useful reflection also at the local level. So let me then give the floor to Yasmin for reacting on your first point on multipliers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for this very important questions about the critical view on all sides and giving views on pluralism. So our work as a civic in the field of civic education is actually based on this critical view. We work with the approach of controversy. So this means that controversial opinions and views in society have also to be represented as controversial and as plural as they are. So in our educational work, it's not about giving one opinion and one point of view and saying this is the only one perspective, but giving the share of opinions and pluralist views and perspectives in this field, and then asking the multipliers and the people we are working with to build up their own opinion, and the shape we use by presenting all these controversial and opinions and perspectives is in the end our democratic values, living in a democratic society, our Grundgesetz, how is it, our democratic basis of the society. This is the basis we are working on, and all the controversial opinions and the pluralistic views which exist as inside the Muslim community, as in society, are presented on this basis. And then we ask actually our multipliers themselves to build up their own opinion. It's also about if we live together on this basis of democracy, sometimes you have to just hold out an opinion which you maybe don't like, which you maybe can't understand, but you have to accept it because it's part of our pluralistic society. So let's find a way to deal with it, even if sometimes we don't like these opinions. As long as they are not undemocratic, we have to accept them. And then it's the question, how can we all build up on these democracy, building up, living together in peace, even by like accepting opinions which we maybe don't like or maybe don't understand. And this is a work we carry out to multipliers, and but also within the own community, within the Muslim community, like raising awareness for pluralism is in the end like the basis of our civic educational programs, because this is like one of the challenges, of the main challenges, be it within the communities but also within the whole society, like handling opinions and worldviews we maybe don't understand, we don't know, we don't like, but they are here, they are in part of our society, they are reality. So let's find a way to deal with it. And actually our democratic basis gives a range of tools to deal with it, as far as there are not extremist ideas or some like things, as far as they are not undemocratic. So this is actually how we deal with or take up this what you called critical view, and having also this reflection on the different positions. And yeah, just taking part, give 1 second also to the point of journalists. What we are carrying out here in Heidelberg is like with the local journalists to be a partner. They call on if they have some questions or like wanting to reporting on Muslim life or the Muslim communities, for example, that they know us as a partner. They can call on and say, hey, we look for someone who can tell us something about Ramadan, or like tell about something about the communities, like being there a partner, and try to give them names which they can talk with. And on the other hand, we also work together with organizations with especially work on this topic, on Muslim narratives in the journalism. Like, for example, we have the Muslim Story, an institution which is working also here in the south of Germany, giving tools especially for journalists, trying to shape these narratives on Islam and Muslim life in Germany. Yeah, and Daniel, maybe you want to add something from the city perspective?
As a city, for us, I mentioned our diversity action plan in the beginning, and we are taking this seriously, which means that we don't see issues like gender equality or homo and transphobia or anti-Muslim racism as separate issues, but we want to think them together. We have an anti-discrimination network, and we expect also all our partners to follow our diversity action plan in their programs. So, and what is important for us, we offer our partners possibilities in working together, that they express, for example, and discuss and reflect their own discriminatory structures in their organizations. This can be anti-Muslim racism in feminist or in LGBT spaces. This can be an LGBT and homo and transphobia or sexism in religious spaces. And it's very important that we think these issues together and raise a multitude of voices. For example, also this can be the LGBTIQ Muslim person, that him or herself, that maybe fled from Tunisia and can add something on the discussion. So we try to represent a plurality of ideas.
Okay, thank you very, very much to all that intervened, Daniel, Yasmin, and Bashkim, for the very good question. We have nearly 15 minutes to go before we have a break for lunch. I would say that we can move straight to Fabian Stangier from Cologne, who is there. I'm seeing you. Who will present to us and give us some food, virtual food, and then we will have real food after his intervention, for thought in the area of we move now to the field of communication, where in this case, I mean, you've been speaking about this in the previous session as well. Like, for example, having a dialogue, a connection, a reflection between the communities and the administrations, and how that can foster even sometimes reflection from within the communities itself, and the way it engages directly with the institution. So we will have from Fabian a view on how this was dealt with from Cologne, in Germany. Fabian works in the diversity office and will speak about the working group on Muslim refugees. So please, Fabian Stanger, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me? I guess so. Okay, thank you, Tommaso, for the warm words, and thank you all for the opportunity to present our best practice example to all of you. My name is Fabian Stangi. I'm working in the Department for Diversity and Integration at the municipality of Cologne, especially in the field of anti-discrimination and diversity management. First of all, I have to apologize. My colleague who is in charge of the working group is unfortunately ill today, so I have the presentation now. A bit more than I have planned, but so I will read something out for you then. But I can also, answer all your questions, hopefully. The example we will present today is a kind of dialogue format we established in December 2015, and it's called the Working Group on Muslim Refugee Work, and it was founded in particular to prejudiced reactions to Muslim engagement led to the founding of the group, and the aim was to establish a network that makes Muslim engagement in refugee work transparent and visible, and to reduce ressentiments and skepticism, discrimination, and the lack of trust, especially for those organizations. The foundation took place with the involvement of the municipality of Cologne, the city administration, the Cologne Police Department, and Muslim organizations. The city of Cologne supports the working group by promoting a semi-staff position and administrative support for the groups. Among other things, the working group takes care of a successful arriving of refugees, their successful integration, the dismantling of the city's administration's fear of contact with Muslim initiatives, and a peaceful social coexistence. The working group includes around 20 Muslim associations and from Cologne, including Arabic Association, Muslim German associations, Kurdish, Turkish, Shahid, Sunni organizations. So it's a very diverse Muslim dialogue format, I guess. The working group is unique in Germany so far. I don't know any other group that's especially engaged in the in the refugee work, and in particular, the cooperation within the Muslim society, as well as the cooperation between the Muslim volunteers and associations in the working group and the other stakeholders in refugee work, could be emphasized as the Cologne model. And this is something we're very proud of, because we managed to set up an intra-Muslim dialogue as well. Alongside this working group, we also have something called Rat der Religionen, which could be translated as Council of Religions, where several religious organizations and groups are having a dialogue religion in society at all. So what was the background of founding the initiative, or who initiated it? It was 2015, and many Muslim volunteers and associations campaigned for the needs of the arriving refugees in Cologne. I guess you are well aware of the things what happened in 2015. And however, they are initially met with great skepticism, discrimination, and the lack of trust from the accommodations, from the management of institutions, and also of the urban actors involved in refugee work. So Muslims wanted to help other people in refugee work, and they faced discrimination and skepticism from a vast majority of the civil society in Cologne. So the Muslim engagement remains transparent, and it made visible, and resentments are avoided and reduced. The working group Refugee Work in Cologne was founded in December 2015, as I mentioned before, and as an exchange platform between the city administration, the police, and the Muslim volunteer groups. And it was a initiative from a colleague of mine who was ill today, as I mentioned, Nuri Köseli, and it was also assigned by a vast political support from Cologne. So this now follows the part which was not my part. It was the part of Nuri Köseli. So I will read it out to you, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them afterwards. The working group itself set up the goal to welcome the refugees and to tackle the challenges for successful integration and cooperation. Within this coordination, the working group represents a bridge for understanding. The working group includes around 20 different Muslim associations in Cologne that work for the refugees. The working group promotes exchange and cooperation between the Muslim volunteers and the city service. For example, the Department of Housing, the Department of Integration and Diversity, which I'm from, and the independent providers of refugee work through regular meetings, workshops, and communications, both in the individual city distriction and across the district in the whole city. The regular meetings of the working groups are lively and participatory encounters between the committed and representatives of the city and other organizations, where developments, needs, and challenges are discussed together. The individual associations from the working group work in a wide variety of ways to cover the needs of refugees in cooperation with other volunteers and neighborhood initiatives, as well as other municipality actors and urban actors. So what are the challenges the working group faced before and afterwards? The first challenge was a lack of openness towards Muslims in parts of the city administration and the other welcome initiatives of refugee work, which are in Cologne mostly Christian, from a Christian background. Like the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church. Further on, Muslim volunteers lack knowledge of the local welfare and social system, as well as the legislation on the status of and dealing with refugees. So this was another goal the working group tackled. And providing information on the needs of the accommodation and the needs of refugees in the accommodation by responsible agencies and city in order to consider or offer possible remedies by the working group. So what this means is like there were a lack of knowledge from the city administration how to deal with refugee with a Muslim background, for example. So in the first times in 2015, in some refugee accommodation where there have been meals with pork or something like that. So the the working group just come to the city administration and said, like, this is not very helpful. And another struggle or another challenge the Muslim or the working group faced has been that there were a lack of professional full-time structures. So the city administration offered their help, and so we founding founding a half-time position in the network. So what are the great milestones or successes of the working group? As I mentioned, the most valuable or most greatest success is the cooperation and exchange of various Muslim initiatives with each other, as well as with the city of Cologne and other independent organizations involved in the refugee work. If you know just a bit about the intra-Muslim relationships, this is a very, very good step they made. So Shi'i and Sunni Muslims sitting together at one table, talking together, Kurdish and Turkish people talking together, and Arab, Afghan people talking together. So this is a very, very good step they made. Another milestone was reduction of the fear of contact between the district councils in Cologne and the Muslim initiatives. So there have been a lot of prejudice against Muslim initiatives, and they could reduce it by dialogue. And committed associations are involved to the meetings in the individual city district. So they invited all initiatives that are engaged in the refugee work to be part of roundtable talks, and this reduced a lot of prejudices and a lot of stereotypes. Then I guess these are the most important things I wanted to present. I guess I already have my 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me or to ask them now. Here is a link to all the initiatives who are participating in this working group, unfortunately in German, but yeah, I can support further information if you want.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fabian, for sharing with us the initiative that you you and your colleagues have started in Cologne, making it a model. Observed also in from other sides of Germany, and hopefully now with this occasion it can be taken also as an inspiration by other cities outside Germany. And I think you pointed indeed to some of the elements that we wanted this sub-session to focus on, in particular, indeed, the importance of establishing channels of dialogues to increase understanding, mutual understanding, and certain on certain specific matters, and also bringing in a point that was made previously by Bashkin when he intervened, like tackling stereotypes and these kind of assumptions that are sometimes made even within administrations. But also, I would say what I retained is also having the space of participation into city life for such a varied and multifaceted community is important, because you can then as a group and not like picking individuals or groups artificially sometimes can have a dialogue with which is representative of the different sensitivities that exist in what we generally call the Muslim population at the city level. So you can really have a representation of its diversity in full. So I think we have few minutes, really, namely 2 minutes left before we have a lunch break. Again, thank So I'm back again, I think. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I had disappeared. I didn't go for lunch without informing you. It was just a technical problem. I was said that there is Monse from Madrid Then if not, it seems to not be possible. I would propose also to the colleagues in Helsingborg that are next in speaking that we move your intervention to after lunch. So we follow our schedule. We have a break now from 1 to 2. We will reconvene all together at 2 p.m. for continuing this very interesting discussion. We will pick up from what we left with the initiative from the city of Helsingborg in Sweden. And I would kindly ask then Monse and the Madrid municipality to hold your question for after the lunch break. So unless there is any flash intervention from your side and anyone that wants to take the floor, I would break for lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock with many thanks to all the speakers that spoke until now. Thank you. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. I'm seeing that people are slowly getting back, so please also uh, reconnect if you can and wish your videos so we can see you. And we are ready to start again after, I would say, a very fruitful and interesting session in the first part of the day today for this working group. Um, we have discussed and heard from different voices across Europe, different cities, and about initiatives which are looking at areas of, in particular, education and partly communication to foster inclusion and tackle discrimination of vulnerable groups at the local level. And we heard several with a focus on the Muslim population and specific practices on those. So I'll be happy to continue while we wait for everyone to join back in the group. Let me once again take the opportunity to thank those that has helped me, and we actually mutually helped each other in thinking about this working group and developing its conception and finding the right way of approaching these issues. So Daniel from Heidelberg, sorry, and Aida from Barcelona, and Lucia from Bologna have all been extremely helpful since the very beginning of this trajectory. I think if we are ready with Kemra from Helsingborg, I would be happy to give you the floor to continue and build on the what Fabian has shared with us before the lunch break and the initiative in Cologne, and see how, let's say, in similar or with a way to face similar challenges and to look at inclusion from a similar angle than how Helsingborg has been taking forward these initiatives and what we can learn from you. So the floor is yours, Kemra. If you are there, I can't see everyone, but I trust you're there.
If the sound is on, if the sound is on, can you hear me? Yes, okay, thank you. My name, as you've heard, is Kemra. With me here today, we have the chairman, lift up and then the chairman of the organization here in Helsingborg, and we have this, one could say, the secretary or the person calling for the agenda of the meetings is Hachi, and the chairman is Samir. As you know, you have already received some information about the organization, which started in 2008. And it was because of all these things that were happening in Helsingborg, and there was no organization to turn to. So these different organizations, these different denominations from religions or different religions came together and started the group for religion dialogue. And this one started in after some years, actually. And now in this group, we have different denominations. And within these denominations, we have different schools as well. That is to say, different branches of Islam, Christianity, and we have the Buddhist, and we have Hasidians as well, and also groups that the Jewish denomination in Helsingborg as well, and also some of the people who don't belong to any religion and natural mystic. And we have the city of Helsingborg, the municipality, and within the municipality we have different, one could say, departments that are the social department, the work force department, as if we can call it that way. And also we have the police, which are part of this group, the University campus of Lund in Helsingborg, University of Lund, the campus around here. And we also have the study organization that deal with social education, if I could say that. These people, and we have also the sector. This is not the sector for government or civil society one, civil society. And if we could say what we have been doing, the rest you can read over there on the papers presented. What we have been doing are sometimes when organizations like the municipality, those working with social issues, and also those working with immigrants and also refugees, when they have difficulties in meeting the people and try to inform, but they cannot get through, what they do is they contact this group which comes there and they ask questions about when it comes to Islam. For instance, we have Samir here who have been to different municipality groups working with refugees to explain what it is that how they could approach these people coming to Helsingborg, and also these people they are dealing with day to day as in the social work they do. And this group has been also going around in schools talking about different religions, and Islam is particularly a religion in Helsingborg that is exposed. That I have to say is because people listen to the radio, see things on TV, and so many things, and they wonder why is this happening? Is Islam like this? And sometimes it could be some discrimination when people apply work and so.
Yeah, I think we lost you, Kemra, you and your colleagues. So please, could you just give the floor to them again?
and the group work within themselves. And also, as I was saying, going out to schools and workplaces to kind of educate or inform people. And they have small groups that they have workshops with at workplaces. Yeah, just to kind of also within this group, they create platforms for dialogue and also outside, like working with the mosques in Helsingborg, different mosques. And when youngsters, we have some youngsters who are going, who are in the city that also approaches different age groups, like work with students and work with elderly persons to educate about Islam, for example. And what this is not, as Samir is saying, is not like going out on mission work to kind of get people to Islam. And when it comes to just that group, as today we are talking about mainly Islam and the difficulties some people are facing. And when like Samir goes out, he lives, he highlights what is it that we have in common. And they dwell on that, and also the differences, to understand the differences. But what do we have in common? Yeah, like Samir used to say that we, from different religions and different beliefs, or people who don't believe, we drink from the same water, but with different kind of cups to drink from. And this is what Samir's message usually is, to make people understand that it's not about me being Muslim or you being Jewish or Christian or not believing in any of these, but the acceptance and tolerance that we need to develop. So some of the effects that we have seen, or I will begin with the difficulties of Muslims coming, because most of the people coming as refugees are from Muslims and coming from Muslim countries. And some of the problems we encounter is Sweden is a secular state, and this brings sometimes some kind of, they can't understand. It's like a shock sometimes, especially in the summer when people are lightly dressed, girls, and her short, trousers and all that. And this is something that people react on, how these youngsters, especially youngsters, treat girls in school, outside in the town, down the beach, how they stare. And if a girl smiles to you, if you go out and to a cafe and a girl smiles to you, you think that, wow, this girl wants me, wants to have me. And all these things, this group go out to schools and talk about all these things, differences. Yeah. And also, as Samir is saying, communication is very important, especially when cultures do meet. Sometimes cultures, as we say, maybe people are the one that comes in conflict, but we say culture conflict. And instead of using that culture conflict, it is actually individuals. Many times is individuals, because you can come from the same culture, but your background is different. Yet, maybe you've been living in the city and you are used to seeing so many things acting more secular places. And many who come here, we discover that they have not been to school. They can speak the Arabic language or pray and all that, but they have not been, they cannot read their own language. Yeah, this group is a resource for the municipality of Helsingborg. Yeah, the authorities, they have the resources, the financial resource, and have personnel, the staff, but they lack the knowledge of how to deal with different cultures, many of them anyway, how to deal with cultures. Yeah, and this group has the knowledge, but in many cases they don't have the resources. Why? It's because many of them are working from 8 to 5, and they don't have that much time. And when they have to go to workplaces to talk with groups, some of them they usually take off from their work, and mostly it's without pay. So they go out to the social department or to some other departments in the, but everything is non-profit. What we do is we kind of observe all the time. We observe in where there is conflict, conflict zones, or where there's potentially conflict could rise. Then we go in there and start building capacity, platform for dialogue. And when we have these dialogues, we kind of give this organization something to start with. And this dialogue is important that we do have within ourselves, the group, as well. Yeah, and trust in between us in the group. Yeah, together with the municipality and other actors that we meet. And these are some of the things that we do. And also, when there is, or when there are, when something happens, for instance, in Australia, when that incident unfortunately happened. So we, the group here, it happened in the mosque, one could say, the group here just call up a meeting immediately and release, have a press release, taking, showing the public that they are not supporting this thing. When it happens in France many times, or anywhere, the group goes out, the police, the municipality, and everyone involved in this group sign on this, that we are not part of this, we are not supporting this. And the newspaper, so luckily, they are very encouraging and they always release. Yeah. Yeah, when we talk about resources, the municipality, for instance, they sometimes they cannot reach out and talk to people. So what we do is we go and instead, and most of the time we are a group, not only when it happens like the one incident here in the city when someone was stabbed, and this woman was a Jewish woman. So everybody thought that it was something behind it, but at the end, it was a person who was sick, and this one mentally insecure, and so the city stood still, one could say. And this guy wasn't part of any religion, but mentally disturbed. And what we did was there was a meeting at the house council, and there were all these members were represented, and we talked with the city mayor and discussed how to go about this thing, what happened, and of course the newspaper was there and everyone was there, and then yeah, because of this group, so we could come to the core of this, what happened. So before the newspapers went out with, maybe they thought it was an extreme and extremist or whatever, but it wasn't. This person belongs to no other group like that. So this one calmed the city, and of course the municipality of the city, which was very worried.
Så vi hos skolor, universitet och offentliga anställda, vi är där och föreläser.
Yeah, that's what I said before, that we reach students at the university and workplaces. Yeah, and the social workers within the city. And
I'm sorry, camera and colleagues, if you can just, I'm sorry to interrupt, if you can just go to conclusion of your intervention.
Sorry?
Sorry to interrupt. I was just asking if you could please conclude your intervention, so we can have also the other speakers in this session following. So can you just kindly go to conclusion? Thank you very much.
In short, that we are out in schools, universities, and work with groups, and we are at the municipality, different departments, and kind of have workshops for groups there, those working with refugees and other immigrant groups, and workshops. And also that we, within the group itself, we have workshops to increase the understanding of each group. That's our conclusion here. I think if there are any questions, we conclude there with the summarizing.
Thank you so much, Kamran, Samir, for your very detailed description. I think one of the elements that I took is really how, well, first of all, you recalled some of the aspects that were mentioned before, also by Yasmin and Fabian, like the importance of looking at the diversity of religious aspects here. So sometimes also the interfaith dimension, so not only Muslims but other religious groups to be consulted and working together as a team on these issues of inclusion. And also the other aspect that I take is indeed the level of capillarity, if you wish, how close you are to the local population, to individual issues that can happen, very much of a chain of connection between people and the municipality, which is a fundamental role, I would say, in this work. And again, it brings in the dimension of importance of dialogue and communication. So thank you very much. We will have some space for questions later on. I would like to give the floor quickly to Aida from Barcelona to jump in again in this part on communication with their experience on the action plan. So please, Aida, for your short input.
Thank you, Tommaso, and thank you for letting me talk again. I wanted to share with you that regarding the action plan we had one characteristic of the plan that we apply to every single measure of the plan, and it was this looking at the two sides of the coin, we call it. When the coin was actually social cohesion, and the two sides was looking at Islamophobia from a negative perspective, so to say, when actually discrimination is happening, so the situations when something bad has happened, when you take into account anti-Muslim hatred, and then and on the other side of the coin, the positive side, so what you can actually do to enhance positive narratives and discourses towards Islam and Muslim communities. So I think it's very important when you talk about communication, actually, to have these both sides. And in this regards, we have given support to different initiatives from civil society, and regarding social media and media in general, there is a very good experience on an observatory on Islamophobia in media, where they have been for the past 3 years doing a continuous monitoring continuously media, looking at what news were actually experiencing this Islamophobia, and looking at it not only from a denounce point of view, so to raise awareness on this, but also to actually knock on the door of those media and say, listen, there is something we need to pay attention to, because the way you are approaching this news, it's actually enhancing Islamophobia. So could you please, let's sit down and take a look at this. And this approach was very successful. And this is something I wanted to share with you. The point of telling sometimes Islamophobia is very clear and very visible, but most of the time is very subtle. And it has to do with, those prejudices and stereotypes that are in our minds and that we don't even realize that pop up sometimes. And that happens to journalists the same way that when we were talking about education happens to teachers as well, and it happens to us civil servants, and it happens to everybody. So this approach of not only name and shame, but actually let's sit down and work at this, because we have a problem. I think it's very important when you talk about communication, and it's very important when you talk about media. And you need to build this confidence space where you can actually talk about these issues. I will share with you later on the chat the link to the Observatory of Islamophobia in the media, where you can see it's in Spanish and Catalan. There's no English translation of this webpage, but you can see the articles and reports they have been doing, and also the reports on the work they have been doing with specific media. And it's always easier with the smaller media than with bigger, but even with big media agencies, they also have good practices in here. And I think it's very, very important. And of course, it has the support of the City Council. But I also wanted to share with you on this communication, the other side of the coin, right? So it's not only, as I said, to tackle name and shame, this is not right, and what we're doing, this is Islamophobic, or these are Islamophobic discourse, but also how you actually build narratives that are different, and then work on the positive side of the whole issue. And here I wanted to share with you, and again, I'll give you the webpage, and there is an English translation of this webpage specifically of the Office of Religious Affairs that Barcelona, the city council itself, has since 2006, where one of the objectives of the office is actually to raise awareness on the religious diversity that there is in the city. There are more than 500 different worship places from over 20 something different religions, and this is a reality in our city that sometimes is not very well known, and that we really think that the knowledge of this religious diversity helps and has something to do for sure with the prevention of discriminatory behaviors. And what this office does, among many other things, and you can see it on the webpage, it's also to give different, as I said, raise awareness materials, so explanations on the different religions, and also training, not only for civil servants, but also to the society in general, which I think is very important when you talk about these issues. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you so much for your contribution to the discussion. I think, as happened also in the previous session, it is very helpful what you pointed, because it helps us to to bridge a bit the connection now with the dimension of communication that you mentioned as well. So the importance of public communications and awareness raising from the local authorities, but in general to promote inclusive policy making. So on top of so the double sides of a direct dialogue and exchange with the affected communities. So there is already in the chat the link to the Observatorio, which is again a good practice that we think is very worth to study in depth, and it links up again also with the work to be done in a safe space, as you said, with journalists and with media operators in general. Talking about communication and the dimensions of it, and the let's say what frames have to be taken into account when shaping communication campaigns. I have the pleasure now to give the floor for a expert input. So we're moving from representatives of city governments to academics and experts. And in this case, Marie Figureux from University of Leuven will tell us very briefly what she's working on recently that has, in terms of research, that has an impact also on the way possibly local authorities and policymakers can take into account their plans in terms of public awareness and communication about these issues. So please, for 7 to 10 minutes maximum, if you can, Marie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I also want to thank you for inviting me here. So, as was kindly said in the introduction, I'm indeed doing research at the Institute for Media Studies at the Leuven University in Belgium. And it's based on the fact, as Angela Merkel said recently, that language is the impetus of behavior. So I believe that rethinking communication is a crucial point, definitely on topics such as multicultural society and migration. My research is based on framing theory. And the basic idea of framing theory is that to make reality comprehensible, certain elements of the reality are highlighted and others are neglected. So it's a natural process that we all do in order to keep to grasp reality, because otherwise it's all too complex. And so it also occurs in media. And each frame offers you a different perspective on an issue and offers you a different cause to a problem and a different solution. So each frame offers you a different perspective and offers you the opportunity to look at something from a different angle. So that also means that you can look at migration and multicultural society from different angles. And the core idea of the studies that we do is to research how you can communicate on topics such as migration and multicultural society in an inclusive and depolarizing way. And as was also mentioned in the plenary session, it's also based on the idea that you can create your own frame and step out of the dominant narratives that are present in the public debate. And I think some points from our research that could be interesting for this discussion is that it has shown from our research that often the go-to idea when communicating on multicultural society is to present a very simplified image of this issue. So for example, on the right spectrum, the idea of an intruder is very common, that our country is being invaded and even overthrown by foreign barbarians. And then the idea that is opposed to this perspective is an idea of a victim, that people with a migration background are seen as victims of an unfair system. They aren't treated as equal, they face discrimination and racism. But both of these perspectives, they are actually problematizing, because either they are presenting people as a threat or either as helpless. So we have also seen alternative ideas rise up, such as the idea of cultural diversity, which you have all probably seen in campaigns, so that the society is enriched by welcoming newcomers. But we have seen in our research that an essence of having a message that works is credibility of your message, as well as empathy towards concerns. So these are crucial to make people interact with your message. So an example that comes to mind is the IKEA catalogus. So where you have images of families with different backgrounds who are happily sitting together at table, people with different backgrounds, and they're sharing dinner. But then the idea is, in how many percentages of society is this image reality? How credible is this to happen at your home? So if you don't have a recognizability, or it feels too foreign, and these overly happy images, they only attract the people that are already convinced, and they lose credibility with others. So our recommendation would always be to combine multiple perspectives in your message, and to step away from the very simplified image. So you touch upon multiple ideas, since reality is also more complex than one simple idea. And the research we have done has shown no less than 16 different perspectives to look at multicultural society. So I think there's definitely enough alternatives outside these two basic opposing ideas. And then I think one last point is that you always have to keep in mind your target group. So who are you communicating to? Campaigns can be different for different target groups. Knowing that the source that you use impacts how your message comes across. So research we did an experiment with tweets, has shown that when you have a well-known politician, that he could say anything on migration, it would always be credible and innovative, because he was seen as an expert on the topic, also in line with the political preference of the participants, and that the same ideas were more contested when they were coming from unknown sources. So the source really matters. So it's really important to think about who you're going to have as the voice of your campaign. You can either go for people in the streets, which could be recognizable and relatable, or local celebrities or politicians, but then realize that their impact is very different, also in the different target groups, and that different arguments work for different groups in society, that people could respond more to emotional arguments or more to rational arguments, depending on how their attitude is towards the issue that you're discussing. Thank you.
very useful input from your side, I think, right in the right moment of this discussion, because it was mentioned by several of the speakers indeed about how important it is to to raise awareness, to run campaigns, and having your very concrete, straightforward input on how to make this effectively is very important and to be retained. I think one of the thoughts I had while you were speaking was like that there's a lot on in terms of links, in a way, between what was presented in, for example, cities of Cologne and Helsingborg, like dialogues with communities, uh, to be, let's say, in a way, used to be inspired on a communication campaign, to test some messages, to see indeed if, let's say, the source that you, meaning a public authority, a municipality, plan to use for a campaign, the images, the messages can come across well across different communities. So having public communication initiatives checked and consulted with groups such as the one created in Helsingborg and in Cologne that represent the communities might be extremely useful, I have the impression, to make sure that you get it right and you don't incur into stereotyping, or worse, in certain cases, you obtain even opposite results because you don't have the effect that you wish to have through your campaigns. So indeed, merging, let's say, technical input on framing of messages with a consultation of the communities through the dialogues that are in place in some cities could be interesting dynamics, I have the impression. So I'm just wondering if there is anyone from the participants that would like to take the floor briefly. We have a short time for questions, if that's possible, while we wait for the next speakers to join in. So please raise your hands if there is any comment that you would like to add. If not, then I think we can move to our next speaker in this session, Yassine Lafram, who has just joined us really now, literally. So the Islamic communities in Italy, UCOI, and he's also based in Bologna, correct me if I'm wrong, Yassine, and he will intervene briefly to exchange with us about the initiatives taken by UCOI in conjunction also with public authorities. So please, Yassine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. Yes. Okay, I hope you can hear my voice in Italian and the translation in English. I'm just waiting for the green light or for a thumb up. Okay, thank you so much for confirming. Now, first of all, thank you so much for involving me into this interesting workshop. It's a pleasure for me to be here today virtually, and I hope I will be able to tell you something useful. I will be talking about the Dostur project, a very interesting project for us, maybe a unique, one-of-a-kind project, and then of course it will be up to you to judge. Now, I know that I have just a few minutes, so let me try and speed up and be as short as possible so that we can have some spare minutes for a debate or a Q&A session. Now, this project, Dostur, is basically born, if you will, inside the Dozza, which is the jail in Bologna. We created the project back in 2016. Now, this project has been managed, conceived, designed, and brought forward by Fra Ignazio de Francesco. He's a monk from the Annunziata. It's church close to Bologna. If you live in the area, you know the city of Marzabotto, so not very far from Bologna, up in the mountains. And I was there as a facilitator for this project. Now, the project had one major target. We just wanted, to make comparisons and to have a sort of a round table on the values of the Italian Constitutional Charter. We wanted to compare our Constitutional Charter with the Arab Spring countries' constitutional charters. So a very humble, comparison. So we are not jurists, we are not specialists in law. And we decided, to read the constitutional charters. We started from the Italian one. At the same time, our objective was to make sure that inmates could write their own ideal constitutional charter. So once again, the attention had to be very high on the side of the inmates, because then, they had to produce a constitutional charter. Okay, so the project was carried out, as you can imagine, inside the jail, in a very special place. And I'm talking about the library of the jail. Inmates came from Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt, and Algeria. During these meetings, we had some non-inmates participating in the project. So we have invited jurists, university professors, representing different experiences or coming from different backgrounds. So not only inmates. To facilitate, the work of inmates in order to be able to draft a constitutional charter. Inside the jail, we, talked about many different points. For example, equality, freedom, right to, follow the religion that you want to follow. When you talk about constitution or constitutional charter, there are so many values inside the constitutional charter. So together with the project, we created also a sort of a shooting, a sort of a docu-film. It's a documentary, so this tour is a short movie, also requiring the help of a former inmate, Abbas Samad from Morocco. So he was just waiting to leave the jail. But he attended university, so he managed to have a university degree, a very interesting story that I am recommending you to take into account. So the number of inmates, participating inmates was around 20, from 20 to 22. So once again, this is a jail. Situations changed, so we had some minor challenges, and most inmates were the same, participating in different shootings. There were some new entries, if you will, during the project. Some new inmates coming in. The project was very successful. It was replicated in other European countries. So there was a docu-film, a documentary film, that has received many awards in different festivals, film festivals. So the project was continuing, and the question was, so why did you want to do the project? So what is the relationship of this, if you will, project or this best practice with today's workshop? Well, I'd like to give you some food for thought, and then I will stop and wrap up, waiting for your questions. First of all, we don't want to abandon, these inmates. We made them feel protagonists or, actors in a very special moment in time. So the Arab Springs, new constitutional charters. This means that, they really, really had to feel close to the new constitutional charters. This means that we had to make sure they understood the reality of their country. Can you imagine an inmate studying the Italian constitutional charter, making a comparison between different constitutional charters? We dealt with religion, Islam. We helped the inmates to better understand some of the points that they only knew very superficially. And in some cases, they didn't even know all of these points. They had a different, distorted ideas on some religious principles. It was very interesting to see the development of these inmates. Some of them at the very beginning didn't believe in the project, but then, they felt they were the real protagonists. So creating something important that they had to convey to us, to non-inmates. So we have created a beautiful, let's say, atmosphere. So
We were with a lot of books, and it, even the guys, they, for a few seconds, they forgot they were in jail, and um, when they speak, they are usually influenced by the environment, but really during that time they felt they were somewhere else, so they could express their freedom, and without being thinking about the fact they were in jail. So I have to say that this project was really successful. Uh, Unfortunately, I don't have time and don't want to dwell on too many details, so I give the floor back to Tommaso. And the floor to you, Tommaso. Thank you so much, Yasin.
And secondly, for presenting the activities that you carried out with inmates. I think you already pointed it, but what I found extremely interesting was indeed the project, let's say, of citizenship broadly taken that you brought into that space, and what is fascinating is also in a way how much from that space through the documentary, I would say. So again, using communication tools, you managed to bring uh, that to the general public again. So establishing a line of connection between inmates and public awareness, and at the same time, indeed, passing certain messages about inclusion, about diversity, about multiplicity of to collect 1, 2 questions if there are before we move to the next sub-session on dedicated to youth. So if there is anyone that would like to ask questions to those that have spoken, please do so and flag it to the technical team so we can give you the floor. I see that there's no specific question at this stage. There might be now that we move on to the following session, we have a last beat of our journey of today towards our primary objective that we lined up at the very beginning with concrete tools and actions for like a toolbox for promoting inclusion of communication. We heard a very interesting initiative from different angles. We're now ready to take our last step. For this, I will shortly pass the floor to Claudia, who is helping me in this phase. Now, just to say that Daniel from the city of Heidelberg has kindly asked, while all of you were speaking and writing stuff in the chat, to collect the main ideas that are emerging, and will then report these in the plenary when we will be moved back with all the other colleagues from the other working groups. So of your thought. Thank Daniel in advance for that. So as I see, there is no intervention expected at the moment. I would give the floor then to Claudia, who will moderate the last session of our working group today. Please, Claudia. Yes, there is a problem with we can't hear you. So I don't know if you can set perhaps your earphones or microphone to work, Claudia, and try again. Thank you. Claudia is not, seems to have.
Hear me now? I think that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for the thumbs up. And I will take just one short minute, but I really need to thank Tommaso, first of all, for the incredible work he has been doing the last few months and weeks in creating this working group. Thank you also for moderating this panel and for giving us all these insights and interesting links between the contributions. And thank you, Daniel, for reporting in an hour to all participants what we are talking about during this session. Daniel, who is also the vice president of the Eccar, not just our reporter and the person that is actually talking about the initiatives that are taking place in Heidelberg. And I saw that also the president Benedetto Zaccheroli was participating and following the discussion. I can see that in the chat, someone says that the audio is not working, but okay, it's working. Thank you so much, Federico. So we can move on. From the previous contributions, what we can gather is that we can see that increasingly citizens with Muslim backgrounds are facing discrimination, marginalization, and are confronted with some incredible and severe obstacles also in schools that cannot ensure them equal participation to civil society. And the question that is coming up to my mind is how does it feel in 2020 to be a Muslim young woman or a Muslim young man? And I think that in a couple of minutes, I will ask to one of the cities presenting their good practice to try to answer to this question. children and young people have been increasingly also targeted as victims of acts of bullying or discrimination, and they experience often hate-based violence or social marginalization, and this is significantly impacting in their lives and the future they are building. They are exposed more than other children, other kids without their background to discrimination. And as Aida was telling, what we need to work on is not only to point out what's the problem, but also through communication and education, which are the other two dimensions we are addressing today, how to create and build mutual understanding and to create a more inclusive society, and how to deconstruct stereotypes and this rhetoric against Islam and Muslims, and how to deconstruct it at an early stage when we can see as the target group in little children, in kids and youngsters too. So we are going to focus during this sub-session dedicated to youth, both at youth as a target group, someone to work on education and through education and communication, but also as a really relevant agent of change in society. So going back to the first question that came up to my mind of how does it feel to be today during these incredible hard days and months of rise of right-wing extremism and this anti-Muslim wave which is raising. How does it feel like to be a young woman or a young man with a Muslim background? And I will just leave the floor to Elena Maestrovitz and Stanislava Paulus from the city of Berlin. The city of Berlin is really active in the Eccar network. They work at the Senate Department of Justice, Consumer Protection and Anti-Discrimination State Office for Equal Treatment and Against Discrimination. So I would warmly invite Elena and Stanislava to talk about the job they are doing in Berlin and the incredible work they are doing with young people.
Hello, can you hear me? I think Stanislava wanted to start with our input. I don't see her. Maybe I check it up. I don't know yet. I wanted to. Ah, no sound. Oh. Yes, it's.
Hello, everybody. Some technical problems. Yeah, hello, everybody. It's great to see you here in this forum again. And I think you can hear me. I can't see anybody, but my mic says it is working. So I just go on. And in case that you don't hear me, you have just to stop me technically somehow. So first of all, thank you for giving us the floor to share some of examples of projects for youngsters, for youth against anti-Muslim racism. And also thank you for all the contributions we had this morning. I think it delivers a good basis also for a future exchange within Eccar and beyond. And yeah, I would like to start with a broader input to say, well, when it comes to the funding of project of youth, and to support their work against anti-Muslim racism, it is important for us that we embed it, and it is embedded into a broader context of anti-discrimination activities. And since we are convinced, of course, that funding and empowerment of youngsters and of NGOs is very important, but still it is not enough in itself. And thus, as a state office, we direct our activities as well as at the legislative level as at the administrative level. That is, and that we only in July this year, a Berlin state law and state legislation against discrimination came into force. And what is unique about this legislation is when you compare it to the General Equal Treatment Act in Germany, that it offers a legislative basis to prosecute discrimination in public administrations. That means also in school and in education, which is of importance also, especially for youngsters, for the youth. And it also offers a protection against discrimination by police and regulatory offices. What this legislation does is it gives a clear signal that equal treatment and equal participation is a right, and the violation against it can be prosecuted. And of course, this has to be accompanied by a good campaigning, by a good communication strategy. And in Berlin, we launched an anti-discrimination app, especially also, not only, but also to reach youngsters, to reach the youth. And I think Elena might say a bit more about that. Yeah. So, and I think since the time is going on and we do not have that much time anymore, I don't want to go more into detail here. If you have questions to this legislative background and framework, we can come back to it. And now I would give the floor to Elena so that she can present the example of a project of youth against anti-Muslim racism. Thank you.
Yes, you can hear me, everyone? Yes, perfect. I sent you a link to a project I want to present you now. Yes, I am responsible for activities against anti-Muslim racism, and I'm a colleague. I'm Stanislava's colleague, exactly. And yes, this project called Shift Anti-Muslim Racism, and it is a new project in our program. It starts 3 months ago, and it's very easy, accessible, and it's for young people, for teenagers and young adults, and it's an empowerment project. Concentrated it works with social media, and it's very important to say that it presents this social media Instagram website. You can find short films. You can find poems. You can find creative and informative definitions for terms like anti-Muslim racism or what is queer, and a lot of issues that are very important for the teenagers. And this is an empowerment project that has a focus to change narratives and to reflect about religion, identity, prejudice, and power. And this is one project, and I also want to inform you about HUMA. HUMA is an organization. It is a bridgement for young Muslim actives, and this organization has current campaign for changing narratives. It is in German, it's gemeinsam menschlich, together being human, and I will also send a link to this campaign. And it's also for changing narratives about Muslims in Germany. And yeah, and I also want to give you the information that we have created a anti-discrimination app, and it is a special a service for young people, because with this app they can inform about discrimination. They can the app show advice in case of discrimination, and also you can use the app for report discrimination. And this we choose a very simple language, and because yeah, it is very easy to understand. And we have also translation in I think 7 languages. I think no Italian. I'm sorry about this, but this is very easy to read it in or to understand it in English. I think it's best to send you the links so you can check the service or the our activities or our projects, and then you can ask me questions about it. I will send you also my email, and yeah, you can ask. I think it's the best for this moment. Stanislava, you want to say anything or no? Okay, I will.
I'm back again. Yeah, I thought that we have prepared a short video as an example. It's a video of the project Shift. So I'm not informed whether this is possible now, but it's the project Shift, as Elena pointed out, where young Muslims produce videos. It's an empowerment project, and also, yeah, to make visible how prejudices, for example, work. And maybe we could see this. I think it's Claudia, or who is in charge now. Maybe you could show this video. We sent you the information in advance.
Ach, schau mal, der Kleine ist aber süß.
Ja, wie aus dem Gesicht geschnitten.
Ist er nicht ein bisschen zu groß für den Kinderwagen?
Also ich finde eher, dass die Mutter etwas jung ist. Aber das ist ja bei den Türken so. Da wird sie nicht viel Mitspracherecht gehabt haben.
Kannst mir noch nichts erzählen, das ist freiwillig. Ist doch weh, das mit der Nadel. Dabei hat sie so ein schönes Gesicht, genau wie der Kleine. Und nicht mal, wenn sie nach Deutschland kommt. Ich meine, diese Kopftücher, siehst du das?
Mein kleiner Bruder passt sehr wohl in seinen Kinderwagen. Und ich weiß nicht, wie es bei Türken ist, aber lautstark und ignorant über seine Mitmenschen herzuziehen, das ist also die feine deutsche Art, ja?
Wolfram, die versteht uns.
Yeah, so this was one example we were asked to share with you. We had some other examples too, but I think there's no time left to show something more. And Elena gave you the links, and maybe there are some questions, then we might answer that. Now I only see myself. I think that's not the intention of this working group. Claudia, are you back? There seems to be a technical problem. I mean, I could go on and tell something about the state program against right-wing extremism, racism.
Now I think that the control room was really in love what the city of Berlin is doing to tackle Islamophobia with working with youth. So we warmly invite you to have a look at the links posted just right now in the chat by Elena, and to also access the other videos. Of course, they are in German, but some of them are also subtitled. And I would really like to also leave some space to contributions from the participants. So please don't feel shy, don't be shy, and you can use the chat to write. You can post a question also in the chat on the upper right, and you can raise your hand to ask to intervene and also share your point of view, perspectives, tools, practices, because as all the work has been constructed is to be real concrete, to give insights, to give real examples, to show how failures and success of practices led to innovative solutions, and as Aida mentioned, to look also at the other side of the coin. We know the problems, but we can also try to propose solutions to create a mutual understanding and a more a less judgmental society who prefers to get to know also diversity and differences rather than just them. So please feel free to ask questions and to raise your hand. But if we don't have other contributions from the participants, as I mentioned before, youth can be both a target group to talk to, but youth may be a great ally to deconstruct stereotypes, to deconstruct bias, and to combat discrimination, especially among the young generation, and to build an inclusive and a tolerant society, starting from really an early stage. So I will leave the floor to the city of Madrid, which is also a really active city within the Eccar coalition. And I don't know, I'm going to ask to the technical team if Ana Buñuel Heras from the municipality of Madrid managed to reach us and to be available to join the conversation and to present the practice, or if Anna is not able to join and present, maybe a colleague from the Madrid municipality. Okay, I can see Montserrat. Some technical issues, and Ana Buñuel is not able to reach us. I kindly ask the technical team to
write in private to Anna, maybe to try to solve this issue, and also Montserrat or another colleague from Anna, if you want to jump in the conversation and to talk a bit about your experience, please feel free to do it. In the meantime, while waiting for solving these issues, these technical issues, I would ask a really a city that has created and ran in the last few years a really comprehensive plan addressing all the 3 dimensions that we are developing today through this working group, which is Barcelona. I don't know if Aida wants to jump in the conversation and tell us what Barcelona is doing, specifically targeting youth. Both as a target group, they address some initiatives and campaigns too, and both as allies, as I said, as parts of the process to overcome this problem. So I don't know if Aida wants to jump in. She's very welcome.
Ciao, Claudia. I can jump in again, but I have the impression that I'm talking too much, and there's other people at the room, so I don't want to take like all the floors. And I'm very sorry because the colleagues of Madrid can join. I can see in the chat that Anna is saying that she cannot open the micro, but the fact is you don't have to open it, Anna. Te lo abren. They will open it for you. So as I said, I don't want to like take the floor all the time. It will be like my 3rd time, and I really think it's important to see other cities explaining things. Okay, you are telling Anna. If you want me to explain something while Anna, let's see if she can join. Regarding the plan and regarding youth, well, we thought it was more important, and what we did, or what we are doing specifically when we talk about youth and Islamophobia, is actually the empowerment of youth associations, and trying to, as I said, I think in my first intervention, to also help the diversification of juvenile associations. We have in Barcelona a very rich network of associations when it comes to youth that work in the uninformal education, that gather for different type of activities, both cultural or sports and many others, where diversity sometimes is not as reflected as it could be. So there is work we can do from the administrations trying to strengthen that diversity, trying to help associations so they can reach out in this regard to make the more diverse you have, or the more diversity you have in the associations, the easier it will be the interest and the common objectives they will have to actually meet also what it is needed from Muslim communities. So it's not about only having Muslim youngsters to be empowered enough to associate themselves, but it's also to bring that diversity, that cultural, religious, and origin diversity to all types of youngsters associations. So this is one of the main lines we are working on. And I see that Anna now can jump in. So I'll shut up.
Okay, can you hear me? Let's talk. Okay, good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me or see me. I have now both the computer and the phone, so I don't know. Yes? Keep going? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to explain Madrid programs related to youth and as a target group as well as an agent of non-discrimination. Congratulations for the organization and all the participants, and sorry for these technical problems. I hope you hear me and you see me. I can't hear you, but I hope you hear me. Madrid is an open city that facilitates intercultural coexistence of its residents to ensure adequate support care regardless of nationality or legal status. Madrid has a long history of intercultural policies since the 90s. At that time, we established the first intercultural service of social mediation, and we have been working since these years. Also, it's important to know that, sure, you know, most of migrants are from Latin American countries, followed by Morocco and Sub-Saharan African countries. And our policy is zero tolerance of racist and xenophobic behavior. Let me say a few words about our intervention model, which has three main elements: reception, social integration, and social participation. First, a reception system for individuals and families in extreme vulnerability situations. The second is the social integration with as main service the information and guidance offices and the legal advisory support for migrants and different inclusion programs. And the third element, the social participation model, which promotes public participation by strengthening associations and participation through the Madrid Forum of Dialogue and Coexistence. One of the priorities for Madrid City Council is young people and adolescents who may be one of the most vulnerable groups affected by the crisis. Intercultural diversity is a cross-cutting theme in all these youth programs, as are gender, sexual diversity, and intergenerational issues. Our active programs fall into two categories: prevention and inclusion. We have five main, I go very rapidly through these programs, five main prevention programs involving youth. The first program, called Quédate, which in Spanish means stay, that provides mentoring for health, leisure, and free time. The objective of the second program, called ASPA, is to provide youth work, studies, and psychological guidance counseling to these youth between ages of 12 and 21 who are at risk of social exclusion. The third program are the municipal office I told before, of information and guidance or orientation. There are two main offices, and we provide information and general guidance about different procedures in Madrid, including, well, census registration, schooling, also employment and occupational training, Spanish for foreigners, and promotion on social and intercultural coexistence with workshops, conferences, intercultural activities, different activities. These offices serve as liaison between migrants and many city services available. Our fourth program is the Legal Advisory Service for Immigration and Migrant-related issues with Bar Association, including specialized supports for incidents involving racism and xenophobia. But we have to say that we reported only 8 situations in 2019. And also we are collaborating since 2017 with the regional government, the Department of Child Protection of Children, with an intercultural mediation service that supports accompanied minors from different countries of origin, mainly from Morocco. Related to inclusion programs, we use two tools: the reception to covering basic needs on one hand, and on the other, the comprehensive intervention led by interdisciplinary team specialized in vulnerable profile of migrants. And 3 programs. First, a comprehensive program for the prevention of situations of social exclusion of young immigrants. Is aimed for young foreigners who come to Spain alone with 30 places, and 33 of these young people served come from Morocco. The temporary reception and care program for people sub-Saharan origin and other countries in Africa and Middle East. It aims to promote psychological integration for young people from these countries, aged between 18 and 30 years old, with 37 places in 6 flats, and also temporary accommodation program in shared flats and hostels with social support. Finally, last but not least, we are preparing for launching next year urban violence prevention program to promote coexistence in neighborhoods through social intervention to facilitate the prevention of situations of violence suffered by or perpetrated by young people to enable an adequate transition to adult life. And it will be addressed to youth who suffer from or engage in violent behavior, former unaccompanied minors in need of support, mainly, as I said, from Morocco and sub-Saharan countries, and young people at risk of being recruited by radical fringe groups. With social mentoring, networking to involve young people in neighborhood participation structures, and social mediation. So, well, that's the very rapidly all the programs we are working with JOF, because we think that if we manage to work and to with JOF from different origins and to feel them well integrated and well in Madrid, we are preparing the best future. So our work continues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thanks a lot for being able to be here in spite of some technical difficulties that we had in our exchanges as well. We apologize for that, but we're very happy that you eventually on aspects of discrimination and racism that are somewhat have been floating inevitably also in our discussions in previous steps. So links with migration and as well as the role of empowerment of youth in certain fields to tackle risks of extremism. So in a way, if I can summarize to the maximum, then inclusion is our solution to all in all these fields. Then the challenge is how to bring it forward. I think we have really a couple of minutes left before we're joined by the rest of the people in the other working groups. So I'll just say a few words myself and then leave the floor to you for a few more minutes if there is any additional points from those that spoke or from the other participants. And just a few words. First, I was happy that I did the thanks at the beginning, so I don't have to do them now that there are many less people involved. So, but I reiterate them, and I'd like on top of the Eccar Secretariat to thank personally also the president of Eccar, Benedetto Zacchiroli, with whom and others that are in the room today, we started this discussion 1 year ago in Amsterdam. And after 1 year, and in spite of all that has happened, we're here to bring these important issues in the if I may, as a conclusion from my side, I always I always prefer to think of these as processes. So as first, second, or third step of processes. So I really hope, as a personal wish and also as a message to Eccar, if there is willingness to do so, that what was started today with such heavy and rich participation by so many cities can be continued as a more stable sort of space for discussion, if you wish, amongst cities in this particular area, where we're facing, and many cities are facing the challenges of inclusion sometimes, when there are unfortunately episodes, as in the latest period of terrorist attack that derive from Islamist extremism. The issue of discrimination and the issues of hate speech and hate crime faced by Muslims or people perceived as such, as some of you, Kemra and others, have pointed out, may even increase in certain contexts. So it is even more important to have the city level there, free from perhaps some more high level political involvements, to take concrete steps and measures to foster inclusion. I'll stop here and pass the floor to anyone that would like to have the last words. I think we have 2-3 minutes before we conclude. And otherwise, Daniel Kubelich from Heidelberg will be in the plenary for us, representing us all and passing the messages that were shared during this discussion. So thank you very much from my side at this stage. And if there is anyone that would like to take the floor, you'll be given the floor. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised, not even from, well, if there is anyone from the participants, from the speakers that would like to say one or two few messages to this group, feel free to speak, even if you've spoken again. Otherwise, we will conclude. Okay, great. It seems that we can really conclude. So my suggestion is that we hold on, we stay where we are. I suppose that the others from the other two working group will be joining us in this session. So we have nothing to do than waiting for the others to join in. And once again, many thanks for your participation today to this important journey we started, I hope. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. After 3 productive hours of working group sessions, and I also hope, of course, that you had a lunch break with some fresh air, because we're spending a lot of time in front of the screen. So, welcome back. Let's get active right away. So, we've had 3 hours exchanging best practices on specific topics. And now, as of course we couldn't all be in all rooms at the same time, we'll have more or less 30 minutes to share what happened in the different groups. I'll ask the coordinator, probably you all know me already, to do it short and precise, that we stick with the timetable. I want to start with Tommaso and the working group on protecting vulnerable groups with a focus on anti-Muslim hatred. Tommaso, the stage is yours. I'm very curious to hear what happened in your group. Please don't take more than 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Evan. I will take even less than much less than 7 minutes. 1 second to say that I'll pass the floor to Daniel, who is in our group, and he is the one that has kindly agreed to report on our discussion. So please, Daniel Kubelich, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. I try to keep it short. As Tommaso already said, the objectives of our working group were, first of all, Muslim communities face multiple forms of discrimination in our communities. Way too often, their access to equal chances and the access to public goods and services and employment and also education is denied. We need not only a strong response from all actors in society that can effectively challenge discrimination, this was shown in the working group, but also we need a strong engagement of Muslim communities themselves. Their voices need to be heard and empowered, and they have to be seen as equal contributors to our open and diverse societies in Europe. So the first major point in our working group, it started with a contribution by Güzin Ceyhan from Claim Alliance against anti-Muslim hatred from Germany, who presented their I Report project. And they showed that the first step is to identify bias against Muslims, to make it visible, and to have a definition on anti-Muslim racism. But also clear indicators to recognize discrimination and hate crimes against Muslims, to highlight also the maybe not so visible forms of discrimination, as later Maida Guillen also stressed out. The importance of collecting data was later also stressed by Barcelona in their input when they introduced the study they conducted in the city of Barcelona and showed that severe discrimination, especially Muslim women, are facing in the city, especially Muslim women with headscarf. The working group presented a broad and impressive range of projects from the cities of Heidelberg, Bologna, Cologne, Barcelona, Helsingborg, Berlin, and Madrid, and an expert input by a researcher from Leuven University. And we analyzed anti-Muslim racism in 3 dimensions, the 3 dimensions of the conference, starting with education and with a contribution from Heidelberg, Yasemin Soylu from the Muslim Academy Teilseind, who focused on their educational approach, which is very participatory. This is one of the, I think, the take-home messages of this working group: participation, civic education of multipliers and disseminators, which means teachers, preschool teachers, social workers, police officers, employees. This was a common motif in our working group that was shared by several initiatives that presented their work. And also a focus on narratives and programs that are not victimizing but have an empowerment focus. So, for example, the Jewish Muslim Cultural Days in Heidelberg. Barcelona also added that it's very important not only to have trainings on human rights, but that the city workforce themselves has to be diverse in the public sector. That includes also teachers with Muslim background, teachers with headscarf, to change that the workforce in the city, of course, has to represent the diversity of the city population. Dino Giochianella from the city of Bologna presented the plan for inclusion of the city of Bologna, where they also, in my view, presented a very, very innovative approach of the participation of Muslim communities and also the cross-disciplinary approach in awareness raising for the whole city, but also training city administration. So also again, collaboration between community and city administration in creating educational environments for all the city inhabitants, but especially for people working in city governments and the educational sector, in the police and other sectors. And we then switched to communication. The communication panel focused on how narratives on migration, multiculturalism, and Islam are framed. This was the input by Marie Figuereux from Leuven University. But also how we can change these narratives with very, very interesting examples. For example, from Cologne, Fabien Stangier from the Diversity Office of the City of Cologne presented their working group on Muslim refugee work, so making also Muslim contributions to civic life, to public engagement visible, and also change the narrative on who is contributing to society, who is involved in society, and who can and how we can change the narrative on refugees in the city. Helsingborg also contributed to the panel on communication, with focusing on communication between different groups in society. Very, very important that different groups of society, refugees and non-refugees, people of different religious backgrounds, people of different social backgrounds are working together. And it was a really, really interesting panel by Khemra Jatta from the city of Helsingborg, who explored these issues. And also then added by Yassine Lafram from the Union of Islamic Communities in Italy, also presenting an example how you can change narratives, how you can create another view on issues regarding Islam and migration in Europe. When we switch to youth, Berlin presented their very, very innovative new models on youth engagement, youth empowerment. Again, these are very, I think, take-home message, how we can empower youth, how we can engage youth, how can they access equally in creating narratives, in creating in engaging in discussions on Islam and diversity in the city, and how you can use youth actually as agents for change. And in the same context, also Madrid presented their program, bringing on education training and inviting youth to these programs. So for me, the main taking points were engagement, participation, dissemination, inviting multipliers as one of the key players that have to be trained, but also new forms, how we can use participatory approaches between Muslim civil society and city governments, and how we can also make Muslim voices in the city in an equal form be seen, be heard as equal citizens who can criticize civic government, who are not so shifting away, as also Berlin said, away from integration, away to anti-discrimination, to diversity, to participation. And I'm very, very happy when others from the working group add on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Daniel. I think you said it also. I will not add more than just, again, expressing my personal satisfaction for the discussion. It was very rich, and maybe just a last message that was conveyed at the very end, where on the importance, if possible, to continue this discussion in the future within Eccar. So having a possibility of having a regular platform where cities can exchange on how certain practices were carried forward or initiated, or further exchange of what is undertaken at city level would be extremely appreciated. And you can have from now my support to continue this if that's of interest. So thank you very much from our side. We'll pass the floor then to the next working group.
To communicate new cities. Neva, the stage is yours. Same rule, please keep it to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Participants represented a variety of experiences coming from municipalities, civil society organizations such as intercultural centers, NGOs, migrants associations, citizens, informal groups, universities, and the discussion was very rich and inspiring. We starting sharing some inputs from the European Youth Strategy 2019-2027 of the European Commission that promotes youth engagements, youth connection, and youth empowerment as strategies to promote youth engagement. Actually, the discussion followed the 3 dimensions of education, communication, and youth engagement. Actually, we didn't have separate panels for the 3 dimensions because experiences had a cross-cutting approach on these 3 dimensions. And well, we had contributions from the city of Athens that shared the good practice of the Bahar project initiatives by the Cities Network for Integration. Then the city of Gothenburg that presented mainly the experience of the City Youth Council, where 81 young people take part to the decision-making process of the local authorities, and City of Gothenburg representatives shared other policies. Then the city of Hagen, and then Helsingborg through a local NGO, and then the Kadikoy municipality in Istanbul took the floor as, let's say, municipalities belonging to Eccars. Then we had a second panel from civil society organizations where six organizations presented the good practice, but the approach I'd like to have in make this report is not going too deep into everyone's contribution, but try to see and to highlight the similarities starting from common challenges. So when we speak about narratives on migrations, on the inclusions, the main challenge is how to counteract stereotype, prejudices, fake news that are driving factors for xenophobia, racism, and intolerance. How to reach people that are not yet convinced that inclusion is a value, and which role can play youths in this effort. So first of all, communication as a process very much linked to education needs according to the good practices shown and shared, needs to stress out common aspects and similarities to start a communication channel with the big audience. This doesn't mean that we want to hide diversities, but it is very important to address diversity through a reframing process. So it is crucial to organize communication campaigns such as videos and banners in order to tell real story, real biographies where people are speaking, people are the players. It is also important when we talk about diversity representation in media, not to fall in the trap that migrants can talk only about migrations, as it happens in many media outlets where journalists with migrants backgrounds are limited to talk about migration issues, while it is necessary that these professionals can talk about issues concerning everyone. So this appeals either to journalists, but also in the everyday process when we try to open spaces for expressions of minorities. Another aspect that is very important and maybe was a premise for a discourse in communication is that if there is not freedom of speech and freedom of expression, there can't be an inclusion process, and this is an important contribution came from the municipality of Kadikoy that is counteracting a pressure from the state banning freedom of speech. When we talk about communication, We have seen how art is a tool to widen the audience, to reach different audiences, and a tool to reframe the category of minorities and migrations. As well, we had an important demand to face diversity in a cross-cutting way, with an intersectional approach. So it's important in this reframing process to have a dimension that is able to include genders, origin, and different generations, and not to consider these as separate categories and separate targets. Quickly going to education, it has shown to be crucial in time of pandemic. Many experiences shared here are supporting access to education for people of migrant backgrounds, but also people with social vulnerabilities that the pandemic has highlighted. In a education process, it is important to create space for citizens volunteering, promotion of volunteering activity to the conclusion of newly arrived youths, for instance, and to conclude the role of diaspora communities and the importance to promote the knowledge of memory and history of the geographic context is central, along with the necessity to consider young people as key actor and to involve them in every level of the civic participation, as the example of Gothenburg Youth Council showed us. Thank you.
Promise that we will do so. Continue working on this topic, and we really plan to establish this working group on a constant level. So I hope you're happy to hear that. And of course, I hope all the cities who joined today are also interested in joining the other working group. Now we continue with the last working group. This working group was dealing with the issues and challenges of discrimination around the housing market. I would ask now Katrin from Ghent to take over, as our colleague Peter is not yet ready. Katrin, could you give us a short summary until Peter is able to connect? Okay. Katrin, if you're there, could you send a message to the group chat as a reaction? Okay, so Katrin is just telling me that it's not possible because she's logged in as audience, and the same for Professor Peter Paul Verhage. So he will just send a video to the technical assistants, and I'm sure, yeah, he said he uploaded the video right now. I'm very impressed, Professor, how fast you managed to upload the video. So I'll ask then our technicians to show the video, to share what happened in the working group on housing. Thank you very much, Professor Peter Paul Verhage. Thank you. Okay, so Katrin is telling us that it was a very interesting working group. I'm happy to hear that. And we're all having our fingers crossed that the video will join. I think the technicians did an amazing job today, so I'm sure it will work. I also want to use the time to remind all the cities that on the 3rd of December, Eccar will have its General Assembly, where we will again present the outcomes and the recommendations that are based on this General Conference. So if you didn't register yet, please do so. Okay. While waiting, maybe I can use the time to introduce you to the rest of today's program so you know what we are still planning to do. So after the reporting, we'll have the video presentation against all discriminations from Federica Zito Cefa. Then we'll have a short break, and afterwards we'll have a panel on anti-racism, interculturalism and social inclusion. And of course, in the end, we'll have our closing remarks. So we hope to be done by 20 to 6. And if you have any questions, I think also now would be the time to ask them in the chat. If anything is unclear. Okay. The technical team is downloading the video now, so you know we are live. It's all spontaneous, so let's see. Okay. So could the technicians just let us know how long it will take? Because if it will take much longer, we can just proceed and get back to housing later. So maybe you can just send in the chat what you think, if it will be ready in 1 minute or if it takes more time. Okay, we are ready for the video. Thank you very much for making that happen. And let's see the summary of the working group on housing.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Because of technical problems, I have had to record my recommendations from the second working group on equal access to rental housing. I'm Peter Paul Verhage, Professor of Sociology at the Vrije Universiteit Brussels in Belgium. And we had a very good conversation, actually. this afternoon the representations by 6 cities, Malmö, Bologna, Barcelona, Ghent, Rotterdam and Berlin, and more than 40 participants participated in the working group. Here's a picture with the atmosphere from the working group. So you see all happy faces because it was very pleasant to share the thoughts with each other. And when I come to the recommendations, I have a few. First of all, we stressed the importance to build partnerships between civil rights organizations to collaborate and share best practices. So there were actually 2 initiatives also to further collaborate on the topic of equal access to housing. There was an Eccar suggestion to have an Eccar working group on housing, which is really important. And in addition, we also want to find some additional funding with a so-called cost action to get money from the European Union. The second recommendation is that it is really important and essential to give victims a voice in the debate, because sometimes academics and local city administrations, they're talking actually about, but not with ethnic minorities. So it is important to give victims a voice in the whole debate on racism. Third, it is important to raise awareness also about the problem in the public debates. 4, we had a few presentations where they used actually academic and legal testing. So it's a kind of experimental way to prove ethnic discrimination on the housing market. And those legal tests and academic tests, they provide clear and convincing evidence of discrimination. And this evidence you can also use to raise awareness. In addition, you can also combine academic and legal tests to tackle discrimination. And from Ghent, we know that really works to decrease in the long term ethnic discrimination on the housing market. Then several people also made a plea to train landlords and real estate agents to become more professional and how they work with their clients. So, for example, if they have a discriminatory question from a client, they really have to refuse it. So in this way, they can become more professional, and you can also train the landlords and real estate agents to reflect about their, for example, implicit attitudes and prejudices about real estate agents or about ethnic minorities. Then it is also important to provide tenants information about their rights, about places where they can get some subsidies, and also where to report discrimination. And there was also a suggestion from Sweden, Malmö more precisely, to provide free legal advice to tenants and ethnic minority communities. Then the Rotterdam also stresses the point that it is important to make the rental process more transparent, because now there's a lot of room for subjective evaluation by real estate agents, and when it is more subjective, then there is also more room for discrimination. So if we can make the whole rental process more objective, it's another good measure actually to tackle ethnic discrimination. And last but not least, ethnic discrimination does not exist in a kind of social vacuum. So we also have to take the larger socioeconomic picture into account. And there is a plea actually to enlarge the stock of decent housing, could be decent private housing or social housing for vulnerable groups. And there from Bologna, we also had the recommendation to introduce, for example, a system of agreed rents. So it's a kind of maximum level of rents that you can stimulate to work in working together with the private market actors. So thank you very much for listening. And these were the recommendations from the working group on equal access to housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all 3 working groups for this amazing work. And in the end, thank you to all the cities that really shared their good practices. I think this is crucial and the first step on these topics. And of course, you will get all the documentation and the materials so nothing gets lost. And that's it from my part. I'll hand over to Lucia for the next part of the program.
Yes, hello again. I think that at this stage we need an energy boost to get to the end of this 2020 Eccar Marathon. And so I immediately give the floor to Federica Zito from CEFA Onlus. CEFA is a Bologna-based NGO that works a lot on development cooperation, global citizenship, education, and also on fight against racism and discriminations. And Federica will introduce us to the Pinocchio project, a project led by CEFA, where the municipality of Bologna is a partner, which is, in my opinion, a very good example of new narratives. So, Federica, thank you for being with us. I give you the floor.
Grazie mille Lucia, buonasera a tutti, sono Federica Zito, lavoro...
Thank you, Lucia. My name is Federica Zito. I work at CEFA Bologna. I'd like to thank the municipality of Bologna. Thank you, Eccar. Thanks for, well, all the interesting things that I've been listening to in the past 2 days. CEFA has been working for a couple of years already on projects fighting against fake news, racism and discrimination. We think that it is fundamental to promote and protect human rights, everybody's rights, and to promote social inclusion. Social inclusion is every day, endangered, we have many obstacles against it every day. And today, I'm here to talk to you about a project. This is an ongoing project which was born in order to counter any type of discrimination. It was born in order to put in place actions of active citizenship and raise awareness among the public, and in order to fight against racism in our contemporary society. What have we done? We have carried out many activities, awareness-raising activities to students, secondary school students, and also sport associations in 4 Italian cities, Bologna, Rome, Genoa, and Caserta. And also we have tried to train social operators, because we think that all these players are fundamental in our societies. Well, now you're going to watch a video. We are presenting a video to you today. This is our national campaign for Pinocchio project. The title is Sono fatti tuoi. And it shows how everybody can fight against the discrimination, because we need it and it's important to do it. This video was done in collaboration with FanPage. Thank you.
Muhammad, qui in Italia per attentare il Vaticano.
Janusz, rubo nella metro.
Cerco rame sui binari e mi piace.
A me piace marito italiano.
Stuprare mogli italiani.
Cubana, naturalmente puttana.
Brasile, sempre puttana, ma ballo.
Noi tutte uguali.
Vive in un hotel 5 stelle. 35 euro al giorno. Tanti soldi.
Non pago affitto.
Vuole smartphone per fare foto belli. Wi-Fi.
Faccio badante e rubo alle vecchie.
Io cinese, venuto in Italia per copiare moda Italia.
Vendo droga ai vostri figli.
Io vendo rose, voi rose?
Se ci fate integrare, distruggeremo la vostra tradizione. Moschee, no chiese.
Kebab, non pizza.
Mangerete il riso.
E i vostri cani e gatti.
Tutti i giorni Ramadan.
Io invece italiano parlo benissimo. Ho studiato e vostra cultura bellissima. Songhe Napoli,
Ogni volta che ci etichettate
con queste frasi,
parole,
suoni, ci fa male.
Però non voglio commiserazione.
Poverina.
Voglio però che sai che fa più male quando non parli.
Perché lo sai pure tu.
Caso stronzata.
Si dice stereotipi.
Quando pensi... Meglio che sto zitto, che non si sa mai.
Meglio che sto zitto che rovino il pranzo di Natale.
Meglio che sto zitto. Voglio stare tranquillo. Parla!
E parla.
Parla per noi!
E per te?
Oggi siamo noi.
Le donne.
L'omosessuale. L'ebreo.
I neri.
Disabili. I trans.
Oggi siamo noi. Domani...
C'è un proverbio cinese che fa 良言一句三冬暖. Una buona parola può essere come fuoco caldo nel freddo inverno.
Ma mi pagate a nero?
So thank you. This is the video. We have chosen a new form of narration. And well, in the first part of the video, you could see that all the protagonists are showing the stereotypes by which they are usually superficially labeled every day in our society. And then the last appeal, the last call, well, to speak out because it really depends on us. And one of the protagonists said, it hurts when you don't speak. So thank you again. Thanks for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much for this amazing video. We will also share it with all of you afterwards to keep on inspiring. Yeah, and I think now we all really deserve a break. So I ask you to come back in 10 minutes. Well, let's say 13 minutes, then we can continue 20 to 5. Enjoy your break. Please don't leave the room. We'll continue in the same room. Thank you and see you soon.
Sorry, I didn't understand. I was on, and so welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the video and you also had time to relax your eyes a little bit in these 10 minutes. So we have arrived to, we are going towards the end of this conference. We've received inspiration by the previous discussions. I hope we have learned from the exchange peer-to-peer with civil society, with university. So this session is the only the brave, let's say, one. Not only because of the efforts that we've done to stay connected until now, but especially because we should take stock of everything that has been discussed to strengthen our work as cities and as network of cities. So to do this, we have thought to propose you between three decision makers, three directors that work in different fields and from not always, but sometimes different perspectives. And these three fields are interculturalism, anti-racism, and welfare, and especially social services. So I'm very pleased to introduce them. I will introduce the three of them first, and then I will give the word to one of them. So I would like to introduce you Irena Gudikova. Irena Gudikova works since 1994 with the Council of Europe, where today she is leading the inclusion and anti-discrimination programs. Cristo Mesani, Chris, is the director of the Territorial Social Services and Planning Office of the city of Bologna. And Daniel Čubelić, whom many of you know, he is director of the Office of Equal Opportunities at the city of Heidelberg and vice president of the Eccar for the city of Heidelberg. And I've recently learned in the preparation of this panel that he is also a teacher of religious studies with a focus on gender, sexuality, and diversity at Heidelberg University. So welcome to the three of you, and I would like to start the discussion by asking a question to Daniel. The city of Heidelberg has recently become the Eccar office, and it is also in charge of coordinating the Eccar efforts. We've heard in these 2 days about all the ingredients, the variety of ingredients that are needed to effectively work at the local level. We've heard about the importance of culture, art, school education, training of public officials, building new narratives, and so on. We have also heard about the different forms of racism that need to be addressed. So my question to you is this. In your view, what are the ingredients that should not be missing in an effective local policy on anti-discrimination, and how can the Eccar support a city to build such an effective policy? Daniel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia, for inviting me. Now, I think I want to, of course, this is a very broad topic, and I would just try to highlight a few issues. I think what the conference already has shown, how Eccar can help the cities. That it's not enough anymore to just say that we are open, that we are diversity oriented, but that civil society is expecting, especially people who are affected by discrimination, expect clear actions, and that we can, as cities, develop also clear action plans that change institutions, that change our city administration through education, through diversification of our city administration, how we employ people, what kind of people are employed in the city administration. that we highlight anti-discrimination programs, build up anti-discrimination reporting structures, counseling institutions, reporting systems. So we have to collect data. We have to report that data. We have to measure discrimination. We need the right indicators to make discrimination visible. I think that was one of the take-home messages today of the working group on anti-Muslim racism. You have to make anti-Muslim racism visible through indicators, because a lot of people think what they are, that is just an opinion, or I don't like, or I have nothing against Muslims, but you need clear indicators to make it visible why this is harmful. Change institutions through educational programs, also the police force, for example, to create participatory processes. This is very important. Consultation processes with civil society, with communities affected by racism and discrimination, and constantly negotiate with them what you are doing, showing your efforts, and also reporting to the city government, as in other fields, how you actually can create change. And what the conference, I think, has shown very well how Eccar can help, because there are many cities, because it seems overwhelming, there's so much to do, there are so many different issues to address. But the conference has shown there are many, many cities in Europe, and I mean, Eccar has more than 150 member cities all across Europe who are taking the same path, who are committing themselves to anti-discrimination policies, and having, for example, then you can take models. You can, for example, Berlin has a new action plan against anti-black racism. Barcelona has an action plan against anti-Muslim hatred. Bologna has an educational program that is creating learning opportunities for civil servants and other members of city government. And so through these best practices, and also through the possibilities to engage with each other in working groups, also not only the big cities, not only Barcelona or Bologna, or Bologna or Berlin, but also the smaller cities, Leuven, Helsingborg, initiatives on housing, what we learned today. There are many, many innovative approaches to actually solve the problem. So what Eccar is trying to do is also motivate people responsible in the different city administrations what you can actually do, that you connect with other cities in working groups, through our conferences, through our assemblies, that we also connect the cities with civil society. Also a very good example here in the conference, having Karen Taylor opening up, one of the keynote speakers in our conference. I think this is a way to go, and this is just a few steps. Eccar can support the cities, of course, through best practices. We have a 10-point plan of action where you can learn to check what you are doing in your local city government. We have a toolbox for equality with a lot of collections of good practice, and these are just first steps to support the cities in the development of their own local action plan, that of course have to fit in their own situation, the needs of their population. It has to be adapted. Of course, transferring a program from Bologna or from Barcelona doesn't always work to when you want to transfer it to Sweden or to Denmark. But still, there's a lot to learn from each other. So this just as a few ideas to start.
Okay, so thank you very much. So you've highlighted the need about reporting, measuring, making discriminations visible, finding indicators, and this is very, very important indeed, and also not always easy to accomplish. So maybe we can get back to this point afterwards. Now I would like to address Irena. Welcome, Irena, And Irena here is representing the Council of Europe, but also the Intercultural Cities Network, which is a network of cities that is similarly engaged into managing diversity, into intercultural dialogue, intercultural education and communication. So Irena, I would like to start by asking you what is an intercultural city for the Council of Europe and which services does your network offer to cities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I am a bit of an outsider here. I'm not part of your gang, but I really feel at home because I meet here people with the same goals, with the same vision, with the same motivation, having the same narratives, the same belief in a holistic approach to policy, to social change through policies. People who speak about local strategies, who speak about impact evaluation indicators. And it's so much similar to what happens at the Intercultural Cities Network. And of course, there are some cities that are members in both, so they can compare better. What I feel is that we are really part of the same family. And we do pretty much, we engage pretty much in the same types of activities. Our language maybe differs sometimes. We can come back to that point. What I would like to say, maybe just a few words to introduce the Intercultural Cities Network, is to say that first of all, it's a program of the Council of Europe. It's not just a network. It was launched in 2008 by the Council of Europe, which is an intergovernmental organization. I guess similarly, like you were connected with, or you are connected with UNESCO. Oh, sorry, yes, with UNESCO. And it was launched in order to support cities in developing a new generation of policies for diversity and inclusion, in particular in relation to integration of migrants and refugees. But of course, it's much broader than this. When we say migrants and refugees, we mean also second and third generation. And in many cities and countries where we work, we also include in that paradigm national minorities, Roma, and the whole spectrum of diversity, of course, intersectionally. So secondly, Intercultural Cities is a policy innovation platform. It was created to test, operationalize, put into practice, implement, evaluate a new understanding of what integration is. And therefore the concept that we coined along the way, intercultural integration. In fact, integration is still too often conceived as a set of rights, or let's say entitlements, access to rights and opportunities for people who have come to live in another country, without too much consideration of the society in which they have joined, and without much understanding or attempt to prepare and support the society in becoming welcoming and inclusive. And this is why the Intercultural Cities program and the intercultural integration concept, this is where they innovate, because the main focus of our work is about how the entire society can become a framework in which a diverse population, in which people that have traveled far and cross borders, or people who are there without citizenship yet, without documents sometimes even, living in a foreign country, in a society where they have chosen to move to, how they can really become citizens. I really liked what I heard before, the quote from Berlin, that we have to move from integration to participation to diversity. And this is what really interculturalism is about. It is how we can make societies open to diversity, able to benefit from the diversity advantage, and able to prosper and be open to understand how diversity can make an input into their development. In very practical terms, there are, I would say, two keys to why interculturalism works, and I can tell you later on why we think it works. First of all, because it focuses policies as well as narratives locally on the win-win of why diversity migration are a win-win both for the newcomers as well as for societies as a whole. And we have a whole set of research as well as tools, policy briefs, and methodologies to make sure that the value of diversity is embedded in all of the institutions and all the organizations, societies, in all domains, in education, in housing, in welfare services, in arts, of course, in the economy, and everywhere else. So our approach is really holistic and multidisciplinary. So the win-win is the first, I would say, tool and secret of interculturalism. The second is interaction. Of course, intercultural integration is about equality, valuing diversity, but it's really very much about interaction, and that stems from the contact theory, sociology, which I don't need to tell you is about making sure that people meet people of different cultural and other backgrounds in a way that makes them understand the other person as a human being, understand their perspective, go beyond the differences, go beyond the superficial divides in order to create a real relationship. Our motto actually is the art of mixing. So we are working on how we can create meaningful interaction and co-production in education, in enterprises, in public space, in the arts, in the neighborhoods. And this is really the core of our work. I said that we know that interculturalism works. There have been studies, quite substantial research that have shown that cities which adopt intercultural policies, measuring them through the Intercultural Cities Index, we can come back later in the discussion to that, have much better outcomes in terms of community cohesion, in terms of citizens' positive reaction to governance, feeling of safety, and even understanding of economic opportunity. So citizens in those cities feel that there are more jobs and more opportunities for them. And in terms of activities, we do similar to you. We do a lot of policy advice and evaluation. We do test new methodologies and mainstream them across the network. We also act as a coalition, much like you, to promote a certain understanding of society, certain values, both horizontally and vertically, of course, towards governments.
Okay, thank you, Irena. And now I would like to ask a question to Chris, who, as I said before, is a director of Territorial Social Service and Planning Office, and also he has experience in the past as an officer in charge of a migration office in municipalities. So, Chris, my question, thank you, first of all, for being with us. And my question is the following. To reach the most local and district level, the real proximity level. So, in your current position, when you plan or provide or assess a social service, the provision of a social service with your team, is diversity an issue? Yes or no, and how? Thank you.
Ok, grazie mille dell'invito innanzitutto, grazie Lucia, grazie.
Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you, Lucia, and thank you, Eccar, for this opportunity, which in my opinion is so interesting and so informative. Now, as Lucia said, yes, this is what I do now. So I'm taking care of social services in the city of Bologna. It's a mid-sized Italian city in northern Italy, and I think that the experience that we have here. So this is a sort of a privileged point of view. I mean, this is what I think of, social services. So this perspective, this, let's say, observational point of view, is very similar to the one of many other cities included into this coalition. So Eccar, or in general, this is what people are observing right now in many European cities right now. So I'd like to share with you some figures on social services here in Bologna. We are now taking care of 25,000 persons a year. The total number of inhabitants of the city of Bologna is 400,000, so it is a significant part of the population that, of course, represents the population having social problems, as a consequence, economic problems as well. In some cases, health-related issues, educational problems, so let's say many social problems. Now, in terms of, equity or, giving the same chances and opportunities to everyone, I think that what is very interesting is the percent rate of foreigners accessing our services here in Bologna. And I think that, this data, these numbers are very similar to many other European towns. In Bologna, the foreign population is 15%. But in terms of foreigners here in our social services, well, this number goes up to 41%. There are some peaks for some services to more than 60% of all the users or beneficiaries of our services having a foreign citizenship. So in the world of social services, the foreign population is much more, let's say, overrepresented versus the total inhabitants of the city of Bologna. So once again, the inner city, so only the main city, Bologna has 400,000 inhabitants today. I'd like to raise to draw your attention on two key points, which is what I'd like to share with you today, and by doing so, I'm answering Lucia's questions. So back to diversities and inequalities in general. I think that the first point I'd like to focus on, and in general, so the information that we always have to take into account, especially when you offer welfare services, but also in terms of racism or even interculturalism, well, we need to consider that the foreign population in European cities is much more represented in the, let's say, lowest parts or classes of the population, so on the bottom of the social scale or ladder, much more than other classes. So this is a very significant, striking social inequality issue. There are some recent studies on inequalities. Well, these papers and these studies have highlighted that social inequalities usually turn into health problems or health inequalities. I mean, the poorest have a shorter lifespan. They have a shorter life expectancy than many other people, including, let's say, their social life, their dynamic social life. They have smaller, lower expectations in terms of the, education, culture, cultural assets, and so on and so forth. So this has been reconfirmed once again. So again, the foreign population in general is included, into the poorest layers or classes of our urban population. Well, once again, this is significant because it has many consequences, also in terms of discrimination and, of course, fight against discrimination. Now, the second, let's say, situation is very positive. Now, this means that our services here in this part of the world are services that, well, I know they have been designed many years ago, They had been created for a population that was totally different than this one, a less dynamic population. People moved, around or traveled much less frequently. I mean, many people, used to, be born and then be raised and work and live and die maybe in the same city or in the same region. Now, these services turned out to be very inclusive, so they've been able to welcome and to help new populations, migrants, that we have hosted here in our cities in the past 2, maybe 3 decades. So once again, inclusive, mainstream services that have been able, in my opinion, to offer all of our services and to reach out. To reach people who don't have the Italian citizenship, in many cases, people with no documents and no passports, because, this is the mandate that we have in our welfare social systems. Well, I think this is a major outcome, a very important result that our communities in Europe managed to agree upon. And I'm sure that this has to become a sort of a foundation, a very solid foundation onto which we have to think, create, and work. Because what we want is to further increase the capacity we have now. We want to increase the opportunities in terms of social inclusion, which is what has to happen here in our community in Bologna. Now, services have to be able to include many foreigners into the list of beneficiaries. These services will then become more open, democratic, able to learn, able to grow, able to develop, able to establish relationships with as many different and diverse populations as possible. This will become a multiplier. And again, this approach will also be used and implemented in many other layers in our public services, local administrations, city governments, and in general, our cities and our communities, once again, in general. So I think that from this point of view, the world of welfare services, considering how it was built, in the past years and decades. This is a key asset. This is added value that we bring about in Europe. I think that our services still have so many things to say and to do also in terms of fighting against inequality and discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Um, we have some more minutes to go, and so I would like to ask a final question to you all, and then I would like to ask you to reply quickly in 3-4 minutes if possible, because we are a little bit late. So I think we have seen in a way also the complementarity of these approaches. And also we've seen that there is a common objective, no? To better respond to individual or group needs, to ensure fundamental rights and equal opportunities. Based on your experience, do you think that more could be done in terms of cooperation at the local and international levels between these approaches and these ways of working? And I would start again from Daniel.
Thank you, Lucia. I think it was very, very enlightening to have all 3 of these positions today here in the panel. Also hearing Irena and Chris, I think it's very important for us to bring together anti-discrimination policies and social services for us in our work in the city of Heidelberg, to look that our social services are there for everybody, and also look closely, and that's why you need data and measurements, and look closely who's using these services. Is everybody reached? Are there people who don't know about these services? Are our communication strategies, are they reaching? Or communities do feel people sometimes distrust, for example, in our women's counseling institutions, in our LGBT counseling institutions, are also migrants and refugees visiting these institutions? Do they know about them? or health institutions? Do people have the same access, and what barriers do we have in the city government, in the field of information, in the field of language, but also in the field of cultural sensitivity? We had cases where people just don't had the feeling that these counseling institutions or offers really help them. They didn't understand how our institutions are working. In many other in the educational sector, that we have to bridge gaps and that we have to rethink our programs, our educational programs, our social services, so they can reach every citizen. Everybody has the same access to it. I think that is very important. That's why we're here in the city of Heidelberg working more and more closely with, of course, with other institutions of city government, especially in the social and educational sector and health sector, to guarantee that. And at the same time, with interculturality, of course, it's very important to have, and also we in Heidelberg, we have a intercultural center where people actually can meet and exchange, and that we have a common and a shared narrative. But at the same time, having this narrative doesn't always implement that it's put into practice, because sometimes it's the details that it's excluding people. That's why we have to look closely how certain kinds of discriminatory barriers and certain kinds of also of racism, institutionalized racism, are creating barriers in the offering of civil services and goods for everybody. So that's why I'm stressing this at the moment, that it's, of course, we need this shared narrative of open, diverse, intercultural societies, and but we need also the technical and focus on certain issues, and look closely. And for that, you need also expertise and monitoring and data collection.
Okay, thank you. I read that Irena didn't hear the question. Actually, this is the final round. You have 2-3 minutes each. So Irena, feel free to comment. As you said, you wanted to go back to some of the issues you mentioned before. My question anyway was the following. So considering the complementarity of the approaches towards a common objective, better respond to individual or group needs, to ensure fundamental rights and equal opportunity. So based on your experience, what more could be done in terms of cooperation, especially in your case in terms of networks of cities? So what can we do, not to duplicate the effort, but to strengthen each other's work?
Well, I think there is no, how can I say, there is probably no risk of duplication, because I'm afraid that the cities that all have all the competence and know-how and experience in designing and implementing inclusive policies in all fields are not that many. So in fact, I think our goal at least as a network and an organization, as a Council of Europe, is to mainstream as much as possible the know-how, the policy knowledge, the methodologies and the approaches and the good practice that we know works. Interculturalism is far from being about a narrative and lofty statements. It's very, very detailed, conceptual, operationalized knowledge about how to embed the principles of diversity, equality, and interaction in all city policies. I'll give you the example with education. We have an enormous database of, first of all, we have an index. I would say probably the most interesting tool of intercultural cities is Intercultural Cities Index of 80 questions, which measures quite in depth the level of policies that enact those principles in all different policy fields. So it starts with a very, very detailed assessment of where a city stands, as well as a visit of experts in order to discuss the challenges and the opportunities with a very broad range of people, hundreds often, when we visit cities. And then we start working in a very detailed way about, for instance, in education, how do you make sure that, as Daniel was said, there is no systemic discrimination or systemic racism? How do you make sure that both teachers and pupils and all the educational staff are diverse and there is no segregation? How do you make sure that all the staff have intercultural competence so that they can communicate with parents in a way that affirm the educational authority and make them partners in the educational process rather than excluded and an obstacles? How do you make sure that there is multilingualism and an intercultural climate in the school that recognizes all cultures and that makes sure there is a constant dialogue, etc., etc.? So it's a very, very detailed set of actions that are recommended and that can be implemented in very different ways. So that's the kind of work we do. In terms of, so I believe there is no risk of overlap or competition, because the field is so vast and there's so much to reach out to, so many cities still to include in our dialogues, that I think there is no risk. On the contrary, what I think we should do is, it's of course in an ideal world, we should really try and somehow go and mobilize further, reach out to the smaller cities, reach out to the rural areas, because it's not in the big cities that racism is the worst, and exclusion and discrimination is often in smaller areas, and of course not everywhere. But I think what we need to do is bring the message further, approach politicians, approach policymakers together as a coalition. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I think it takes a specific dialogue and discussion of how do we do that. But I think if we only remain within our networks, existing networks, cooperating will have less value. If we can put our forces together to go beyond our current membership, and of course reach out to countries, because and this is I'm finishing. Our current goal is to bring the intercultural approach to the national level. So we are working at the Council of Europe on a standard which will be for multi-level governance and policies of intercultural integration. So that will be also binding for all the 47 member states to transfer all the same principles in their national policies, because there's so much cities they can do, but there's so many obstacles from national policies and legislation that are limiting their impact.
Thank you, Irena. I see there is a question in the chat. Maybe you can directly reply by writing the link to the website, please. And I will give the floor to Chris for his last comment on possible ways to cooperate further.
Well, thank you. I was very impressed by the previous comments. I think that a common ground of collaboration between these different approaches could be summarized with the topic of inequalities. Well, inequalities is a new way to face these big issues we are talking about today, and also in order to try and connect them with the personal development of the individuals that live in our cities, their possibilities of growth, future perspective of growth, health. So I think that we should work together, creating indicators, but also some common base on which we could apply our indicators. Or we could also identify some services, some fields where we could try and go deeper in order to understand, for example, if in the public services there are some problems related to the full accomplishment of our objectives. It is true, dialogue is hidden in details, behind details. It's true that we have to work on the details, as you said, if we want to solve some problems that people may think that has already been overcome, but it hasn't. But I think if we want to work together, we will have to find some ways in which to read the data together. We need to have some common observatories. So this topic of inequalities and also the public service platform as a place that we could use in order to well, to find a new universal, inclusive approach to those well, people who are more disadvantaged. Well, I think this could be very interesting, very useful. For sure, the topic of access to services, provisional services, and also, well, trying to understand if we can guarantee services to everybody by promoting diversities instead of discriminating diversities. So I think these are all possibilities for dialogue and growth.
I would really like to thank you for these contributions, all of you, and I really liked a sentence that I was looking in my notes by the mayor of San Lazzaro, so a small municipality, and I very much agree with Irena that what is needed is to go out, mobilize other cities and work also in rural areas. And now I will translate it in English, even though I don't know if it's really correct. And she said, inclusion is an evolved form of living, that an evolved way of living that generates well-being for the community. And I think that, I mean, this also emerged a little bit from the discussion we had. So thank you very much. Of course, Chris left us with this vision, this perspective to work on inequalities, to see how we can value diversity so that diversity does not become a cause for discrimination. And I would like to end with this and thank you again and give the word to Benedetto Zacchiroli for the closing panel. Thank you very much.
Sono già qui, spero mi riusciate a sentire.
I'm here already. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Well, I can't see anyone, so I don't know where you are and if you can see me. Can you just give me some signal? Lucia, can you say something? Can you say if you can hear me, if you're all there? All right. All right. With regard to the closing remarks, I would like to give the floor, if he's already there, I'd like to give the floor to the director of UNAR, which is the National Office Against Discrimination, Against Racism, Mr. Triantafyllos Lucarelis. I don't know if he's here. Is he here? Let's see if Triantafyllos Lucarelis is with us. So if he's there, I'm ready to give the floor to him. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I hope you can. Thank you. Thank you, President Zacchiroli, for the kind invitation, and also thanks to the Mayor of Bologna, Mr. Merola. Well, you know, I listened to your conference for a few hours, and I realized how important the European Coalition of Cities Against Racism is, because mainly, you know, municipalities are the symbol of democracy for our countries. I represent Italy, as the General Director of the Italian National Office Against Racial Discriminations. Well, you know, we have cities everywhere that are doing their best in order to guarantee the quality of democracy. Democracy has to be present at local level. You know, world politics, national governments make decisions, of course. They have to make decisions in general, but the cities are those places that can ensure to each individual that they will have the access to the principle of equality, respect of diversities, the possibility to take part in democratic mechanisms. So again, the task of cities, from my point of view, is vital. And well, when I was listening to the previous panel, and I must really congratulate the three speakers. Thank you so much for being so interesting. Well, we listened to very precious comments, especially well what Irena said. We met at the Council of Europe in September because I represent Italy at the CDADI, which is a very important commission that deals with countering of discrimination and exclusion. And well, I confirm what Irena said. That is to say, well, there is a possibility of cooperation between the Council of Europe and Eccar. So I really wish that this collaboration will be very fruitful as soon as possible, and I will be available to help. Obviously, I will do my best. Eccar already has very important cities participating, many important cities, many cities, but obviously we hope that more and more cities will come. Because as I said, and as we said, the cities are the grantors of our democracy. So the more cities join this network, a network that is able to provide best practices, implementation of activities. So the more cities we have in Eccar, the more democratic Europe will be. Because as we know very well, a municipality cannot be racist. This is just logical, because the objective of a municipality is to keep the community united, to give all the people belonging to the community the possibility to be protagonists, to well, use the services that are provided at municipal level. So according to common sense, municipalities should fight against any type of discrimination and also should provide guarantees to the people that live in that territory. But we know this is not always the case. The pandemic emergency is showing us, and I'm referring to Italy, but I can imagine that also in other countries something similar is happening. Well, in Italy, I'm giving you the example of food vouchers that are given to the poor people in Italy. 400 million euros were given to the municipalities for the municipalities to distribute them to the poorest people, the needy people. Obviously, the municipalities know who they are. Many municipalities did it without selecting any criteria. They simply distributed the food vouchers to the needy people, to the people that need them. Instead, other municipalities decided to set some limitations or some limits. For example, the criterion of the permit of stay. It had to be a long-term permit of stay, or only residents could receive the food vouchers. And well, just thinking about it, just the thought of needy people that couldn't have access to food due to bureaucracy or lack of skills, lack of know-how of the responsible offices. So lack of training, maybe lack of knowledge. Some departments at municipal level that were not able to draw up the right regulations, but well, some other municipalities decided to follow the political propaganda saying we want to give priority to Italian citizens, Italian residents, foreigners, but foreigners need to have lived in Italy for at least 5 or 10 years. So we know that these are very widely spread situations in Italy that unfortunately happen every day. So this is the current situation, and we have to be extremely careful. Eccar can be a very important player in order to stimulate municipalities for them to be more inclusive, especially during emergency times, but actually always, I would say always, because, well, you know, poverty and difficulties don't just occur during emergencies. So again, the existence of Eccar is very important. The fact that Eccar will include more and more municipalities in the future, that will be extremely important. I know that we are short of time. Just last thing I'd like to say that we have submitted, well, a request to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the request to build some anti-discrimination local centers. So soon we will propose our collaboration to Italian municipalities in order to have territorial antennas to fight against discrimination. Again, thank you for the invitation. Congratulations on the quality of the speeches and also your technical skills, because it's not easy to organize a conference like this one. And also, well, again, I would be very happy to collaborate with you in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again, Director Triantafilus. So as Italian cities, we would love to collaborate. And well, as we've seen during these 2 days, we have heard from Marco Lombardo, a councillor from the municipality of Bologna. He was with us yesterday and also this morning. Well, you know, Eccar in Bologna is collaborating with 2 departments. And so now I feel the need, the urge to leave the floor to Susanna Zaccaria. She is a counselor in charge of countering discrimination in schools. And well, so I know that the other Eccar cities know her when we used to meet in presence and flesh and blood before COVID. So now I leave the floor to Susanna. For these 2 extremely important days. Well, obviously, it would have been an honor to host all of you here in Bologna. But anyhow, we think that having the general conference in a virtual way would be extremely important anyway. Well, because it has given us the chance to, well, have a very intense exchange of ideas and proposals. So confirming the conference was also a good way to feel united, facing the emergency that we are all dealing with. Well, you know, the emergency is increasing the gap, is increasing inequalities, and we all know that whenever we have inequalities, there's very fertile ground for discrimination that we daily fight against. Well, during the past 2 days, I think that human rights, the culture of human rights has been the common thread of all the speeches we've heard during the past 2 days. Well, I'm really happy that, well, Enrico could present the plan that we implemented in 2018. It is a plan for our municipality based on human rights and against the discrimination. This plan is now a point of reference for Bologna municipality, the protection to well-being, protection against discrimination, protection to participate, the right to participation for the new citizens of Bologna. Within the plan, we also organized participation projects in collaboration with the University of Bologna, but also with many organizations of the civil society. And also something else that was extremely important, where the training courses for public employees, more than 200 people were trained from social workers, police agents, and many officers. They were involved in those projects. They received training courses. They are the people that day by day meet and deal with the citizens, so they know exactly which needs the people have. And which tools we should have and we should use. So many proposals emerged, and at the moment we're trying to put them in place based on what came out from those courses. So I think that the role of citizens is fundamental. And well, I had the chance to take part in other Eccar meetings. The role of cities is fundamental, and well, cities have to be aware of the weaknesses of the cities. And we must know that sometimes discrimination is hidden in our administrative procedures, in regulations, in all those things we have to pay attention to. We have to be vigilant. We have to monitor all of this because we can contribute to fight against discrimination. Well, I heard many extremely good ideas. I'd like to highlight only a couple of them. Well, first of all, the obligation to collaborate between local institutions and the civil society, because such a complex problem like the fight against discrimination can only be faced from many different points of view. Secondly, the school interaction with the world of education. I'm not just referring to discrimination based on geographical origin, but also sexual orientation, genre, because, well, without this type of interaction, we could not be optimistic. Therefore, we absolutely, totally have to involve the world of education. This is key. So I'm going really faster because I know that it's quite late and we had 2 very intensive days. I'd just like to finish by, well, mentioning a person, Nasri Rinzo, today, the Iranian lawyer. She is a fighter for human rights, and she was in prison, but then she was freed. And I'd like to remind her because a couple of days ago, our mayor gave her the honorary citizenship of the city of Bologna. We're very proud of that. And then also, well, referring to civil society and also the fact that fighting for human rights, sometimes people die for that. I'd like to remind you that today it's the Transgender Day of Remembrance. You see behind me the colors of the transgender community. I'd like to celebrate this day. This is the day where we remember the victims of the transgender community who lost their life due to their gender identity. So I'd like to thank all the cities that are part of Eccar. a special thank you to the speakers, all the speakers that held their speeches, extremely high quality speeches, as the other speakers said. I'd like to thank Lucia Fresa. Thank you. Without you, this conference wouldn't have been possible. So you are really precious. You are extremely important for us. And last but not least, thank you to our president, Benedetto Zaccheroli, who represents the city of Bologna. Well, thank you so much for your work, your continuous work, your activity and what you do every day. Thank you. Well, too nice of you. And well, just to finish, only a few things. I'd like to say that what has happened during the last 2 days.
You know, we've been sharing ideas, continuous overlapping flow of ideas. Now, first of all, it's a very good use of public money. And secondly, for us in Eccar, now this means being Eccar. This means doing Eccar. This is what Eccar is. It's a sort of a platform where cities meet, exchange ideas, they exchange best practices, but also their, passion, the eagerness to build inclusive cities, because, this is what lets our hearts beat. Okay, just some, let's say, information about what we said before. Data. Data is necessary. Data sets are fundamental. No data, no, let's say, progress. I mean, if you don't have data, you are sort of blind, okay? So local administrations and regional authorities, well, of course, they need data. They need facts and information and evidence, coming from the field. So what I still have in my mind, this is what Bissana Babi said this morning. He was talking about the required communication. Well, I do believe, and then of course, Lucilla did the same thing on how to build narrations. Now, we met, Lucilla, thanks to the city of Barcelona. So 1 year ago, we met her, and then of course, there are still some friends that we have there, and we want to have them with us because they're very wise. Now, in terms of communication, now this is one of the main, my favorites as chairman of this group. Anyway, I do think that what we need is a major advocacy operation. So from Eccar cities, well, not only Eccar cities, we need to tell people what we do. We need to share with our citizens that we do have these cities. Cities that are working to do so. We do not only have bad news. So Eccar exists. Eccar is cooperating with many different institutional levels, which is what we've been, exchanging these days, together with the civil society. And all of this is positive. This is good news, great news. We need to communicate this. This is 2020, so we are not happy with just, Facebook or an internet page or TikTok for young people. No, no way. We need to be, let's say, in the streets, of our cities, with our citizens. For example, as for our general conference, for example, the regional news at the television, well, today they talked about us. So there is someone that, of course, was, checking the news today at 1 p.m., so prime time for us. Well, now they know what we are doing. Communication is fundamental, for those who come from far away, as Isabella said yesterday, but also for citizens who have been staying in our cities for years. So mayors, local administrators, local bodies, clerks and managers in our local administrations, they all have to work in order to have, strong, cohesive cities. This has to be shared and communicated. So I hope I will meet Commissioner Dalli. This is one of the things I will tell her because, of course, as Babi said, we need resources. We cannot do all of this by ourselves, okay? This is it, just a very final thank you message. Now, first and foremost, as you know, Susanna said before, I really would like to thank Lucia. Now, no Lucia, no meeting, as we say here. So, not just for technical contents. I mean, the real, you know, management, speakers, contents. So Lucia, all the staff in Bologna and the municipality of Bologna, you mean from the very top, so from the mayor, and then all the others. And then the office in Heidelberg, Nicolin, Evelyn, Daniel, and all the people who helped us so much from Heidelberg. I mean, they started, you know, the engine 1 year ago. So this is our new European home that we have in Germany to fight against the racism. I don't want to forget anyone, so I really would like to thank the moderators of the working groups, and Tommaso Camparino from DG Justice from the European Commission, and then Katris and Paul from Ghent, and Eva Kocke from GWC. Also would like to thank translators. Thank you so much. So once again, my English is absolutely bad, so thank you so much for the translators and the, you know, technical support. So Intras Congressi. We also need to thank Claudia Deremo, Cadi Salari, Beatrice Collini. I also would like to thank all the cities of Eccar, it goes without saying, associations, but also many other cities that may want to become members. Okay, so I will contact all of them to invite them together with associations and universities, giving a contribution to the working groups, which is the real doing, concrete arm of Eccar. I really would like to thank all the authoritative speakers, every one of them. Thank you so much for your contribution. As for the Eccar cities, we will meet once again in 2 weeks, unfortunately online, for our general meeting, a yearly general meeting, by the way. So it will be a pleasure to see all of you once again. Hopefully, in 2021, we will go back to, let's say, normal. Yes, we can do things online, but the fact of being there, I mean, our physical contact, I mean, seeing each other, exchanging looks, you know, shaking hands, well, this, you know, speeds up our, let's say, relationships. So we are human beings. So, of course, we need a physical relationship. I mean, we are representing institutions, but we are humans. So, grazie. Thank you so much, UNESCO, UNAC, the UE Commission, FRA in Vienna, the Emilia-Romagna and Bologna local authorities. This is it. So, sorry, we are a little bit late. So, anyway. Once again, sorry for the 8 extra minutes. Thank you so much. Hopefully to see you as quickly as possible. And then once again, I'll see you in 2 weeks with the Eccar cities. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Arrivederci.